Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a special edition of Beyond the Veil. We had a couple of requests from some of our listeners. I think Craig Smith was one of them. And he said, hey, I never get a chance to tune into your live show because I'm here in the UK and it's always in the middle of the night. And he's like, I wish you guys could do a show during the day. So I wanted to go ahead and do a show during the day today as well. And we'll start the show here in a few minutes. Mrs. Gio will be joining us here. I do want to say right off the bat, my sinuses have just been acting up all day today, so I may not be on top of my game today. But I came across some amazing documents. Like, a listener sent this to us just earlier today, and when I read them, I said, holy crap. This is a Freedom of Information Act request that pretty much discloses the nature of reality. It discloses how consciousness works, how manifestation works. It discloses literally everything. And we were looking at all this. I mean, it's amazing. We were looking at all this stuff and we were like, we knew all of this intuitively. Like, this is all the stuff that we've been talking about, the do's and the don'ts. And, you know, we just instinctively know why not to do certain things. We instinctively know to do certain things. And in this CIA document that we're going to go over in full on this show, it pretty much just outlines everything. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible that we came across this. So let's go to Mrs. Gio here before we begin the show. Mrs. Gio, how are you?
I am good.
Oh, what's going on with my camera changer?
I had a night last night. I didn't sleep very much. But I'm good. I'm here and I'm reading all this and I'm looking at the date that this was written, and it was actually just a few months after I was born, actually. So
June
it's
9th,
weird.
1983. We'll put the link in the description of the archive as well. This came directly off CIA.gov. This didn't come from some conspiracy website.
No.
Nothing like that. This is a genuine document as to how to manifest reality, the different states of hypnosis, transcendental meditation and how that can be used as a form of hypnosis. It talks about mantras and how that can be used to hypnotize you. You know, we've been talking about the collective consciousness for a long time and how they send out all these programs and actually manifest these realities based on our thoughts.
Right.
Here it is right here. I got the documents. I kid you not.
I've been wanting to do that.
It is insane. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this. Like, I got the documents now. Everything we've been talking about on BTV is right here in this CIA documentation.
Yeah, we just knew it instinctively.
It's like total vindication of all the do's and don'ts that we've been talking about. They know this. They know it. You know, obviously we're not the only ones in the world that knows this.
Right.
And they know it, and they've been using it against us.
Oh, yeah.
Now we want to put those tools in your hands.
Yep.
So you can be aware of how they're using it against you, how you can use these tools to manifest more positive realities for yourself, and some of the do's and don'ts and pitfalls that you may run into with the New Age push, with the religious push, with the political push too.
Yep.
It is all programming according to these CIA documents. When you're sitting there watching TV, going through conspiracy videos, anything like that, you're being programmed to create a particular reality within your mind that then manifests itself. And when they do this on the collective scale, on the I don't want to say global scale, let's say the collective scale, then they manifest a collective reality for all of us based on all of these programs. Likewise, the New Age community, they've been pushing certain things that are in the CIA documents here, and you know, not doing it right, and it has a lot of pitfalls. I think this might be the last show we ever have to do. This is how hardcore these documents are. It's like,
that's it,
it's
guys.
all right here.
Yep.
So, you know, like I said, I was having major sinus problems, like literally as soon as I said, let's go live. Like I said, let's go live. We printed these out, and then all of a sudden, boom, I started flooding. Nose started getting all that. And I said, nope, I'm not going to let that stop me. And we were going to wait until Saturday to go over this, but nah, I figure, you know what? Let's do it live. So
We'll do it live.
should we start the show?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a long show because we're going over everything word for word, and we're gonna expand upon it as well.
Right.
So once again, for those of you just joining us, CIA has released some documents about the nature of reality, consciousness, how consciousness is manipulated, manifesting reality, literally everything. And they've known this and have been using this.
And there's even
us.
a surprise at the end that we're going to be disclosing to you guys that the CIA has known about, and they have just failed to tell us about. So,
And see, that's the thing. When you're tapped into the raw consciousness, as I've said a million times before,
it's right there.
It's all right there.
Yeah.
All of these external sources are forms of manipulation. It's in their white papers now. So I don't mean to sound too much like Alex Jones, but I got the documents.
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and twin, Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, or wait a second, good morning? Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. We have an amazing show for you today, so I want to say, first of all, thank you to everybody for joining us for this special broadcast. Craig Smith, I think, will be very happy because he asked us if we can do a show during the day because he's in the UK and he never gets to listen live. I want to say thank you to Haken, really quick.
Yes.
Haken sent a very, very, very generous donation, as did another person. I don't remember who that was, Sherry, but if we can pull up their name so we can thank them. You know, you guys and gals, the outpour of support that we've seen, everything from the $5, $10 donations to some of the donations like people are sending here in the background. I didn't realize what was going on with all the donations because we don't ask for donations on the show. We ask you if you want to support the show, buy AyaLife, AYALife.com. It's a CBD oil infused with ayahuasca. You can check that out at AyaLife, AYALife.com. But people have been sending donations and we greatly appreciate it, and I realize what's going on now. After the Great Pyramid, there is another site that we need to go activate, and it's one that we have to be completely silent about. And I realize from all the funds that we've been gathering here, from your donations in the chat rooms, the donations through PayPal, that's all going into the pile of what we need in order to get to this other ancient site.
That's like a GoFundMe.
To do the activation. Yeah, it's basically like a GoFundMe. And the beautiful part is that the second site is completely top secret. Like I've said before, we're going to tell you when we're there or after the fact, but you guys and gals have just instinctively started creating an energy source for us to be able to tap into when that time comes. So I want to say thank you so much. Haken today as well.
And Joe. Yeah, his name is Joe.
Joe, brother, that was very, very, very generous. And like I said, please know that it's going into that pot to go to the next ancient site. We've already got a really great fund going now, and I think it's just amazing that it's like you guys and gals just instinctively know, like, hey, we need to start creating a pot so they can pull from the energy when they need to, without us even realizing that that's what you guys and gals are doing. So you guys are ahead of us for sure, 100%. But the basis of this story, or of this show, I should say, is the CIA documents that we came across. Now, these came across from CIA.gov. These, we didn't get them from some conspiracy website. These weren't secondhand. These came directly off of the website. Now, we'll post the link in the description of the show during the archive, so you guys can grab a copy of it as well. But in this particular documentation, they go over the entire nature of reality, manifestation, how the brain works, how the brain manifests reality, how transcendental meditation and other techniques similar to that are states that basically the New Age community has been pushing people to do in order to get them into this hypnotic type of state. The television does the exact same thing. So you have many layers going on here. And the first layer is television. If they can keep you stuck in front of your TV watching their programming, they're in the state that they want you in. If you happen to escape that, then you get into the conspiracy stuff. You get into the conspiracy stuff, start bombarding your consciousness with that thought of all these conspiracies and world domination and Illuminati as well. Illuminati, I mean, if we are manifesting our reality like these documents say we are, well, just calling these people Illuminati makes them illuminated.
Right.
So we're creating the reality that they want us to create on their behalf. It goes into mantras. It goes into how some mantras can be used to create negative situations and so on and so forth. So people have been asking me, Chris, why do you have to use ayahuasca? And I mean, really, if you can put yourself into a state, according to these documents, of a transcendental meditation, you can also be hypnotized. And only people that can be hypnotized can put themselves in these states of transcendental meditation as well, because it's a state of suggestion. I can't be hypnotized. I have to use a tool like ayahuasca in order to go deep, 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 deep. However, it's not that state in and of itself is hypnosis. It's that state of going in there with a lack of discernment. And discernment, I've been saying lack of discernment, but really it's left-right brain functions. And so some of these states provoke the person, if they are not heightened enough, to shut down that left part of the brain and just let the right part of the brain just completely operate without that left brain filter. And I think this is one of the big things that we run into. I've been talking about how in my experiences, I recognize archons for archons. I recognize what comes out of my consciousness. I recognize what I'm bringing from the outside into my consciousness. So if I'm watching a documentary about something, 9/11, for example, had this vision several years ago. I was watching all 9/11 stuff right around 9/11, and then I tried to go into the ayahuasca realm and look at 9/11, the upcoming 9/11, which was only a few days later. I saw Freedom Tower being blown up in this huge nuclear explosion and a monster coming out of the nuclear explosion. Now, I had brought that idea into my consciousness and manifested that vision for myself. However, it's because I didn't pass it through the left brain, taking it to the right brain first. The left brain is kind of like the filter, the discernment filter. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what I've been talking about, using your discernment. These documents here reveal all of the tricks of consciousness and how they have been manipulating your consciousness through all of this stuff. I'm just in awe at what we're going to go over today. So, Mrs. Gio?
Well, I mean, even if it's... Okay, so there are ways that you can use this stuff to...
There are ways
that are beneficial to the body. However, the New Age community isn't really teaching people how to do it properly so that they get the benefits from it without getting the negative effects from it.
If you do it halfway, you're susceptible. If somebody else is showing you how to do it and takes you only halfway, you're susceptible.
Right.
If you do it yourself and you activate it all exactly as we've been talking about, you're not susceptible, and then you get to the point of manifesting reality. What is our biggest hashtag? Hashtag become your own shaman. For a reason.
Yes.
Don't let other people lead you in these experiences, because it's right here. It's part of the plan. Mm-hmm. We didn't know it was part of the plan until we came across these documents. We just instinctively knew.
And these are the same people that did Heaven's Gate. They're the same people that did Jim Jones and Jonestown. I mean, these are the same people that learned all of this through these experiments. So it's not like they care about you. And they're, talking amongst themselves about how to help people. They're not trying to help people. They're trying to batten down the hatches of consciousness and make sure that they've got a link directly to the most vulnerable and most important organ of your body.
Yes.
At all times.
So we're going to go over this document in full tonight.
Yes,
I don't know how long it's going to take.
It'll probably take several hours.
I don't know, 20-something pages. And, of course, we want to
go through all of it.
We want to go through all of it.
Because we don't want to leave anything out here.
Yeah.
So do you want me to start or do you want to start?
Well, let's start with the subject, analysis and assessment of gateway process.
Well, this is from the Department of the Army, U.S. Army Operational Group, U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command. So this is intelligence. This is an intelligence agency document from the CIA. Okay.
To Commander of the U.S. Army Operational Group, Fort Meade, what's MD? Maryland, yeah. You tasked me to provide an assessment of the gateway experience in terms of its mechanics and ultimate practicality. As I set out to fulfill that task, it soon became clear that in order to assess the validity and practicality of the process, I need to do enough supporting research and analysis to fully understand how and why the process works. Frankly, sir, that provided to be an extremely involved and difficult business. Initially based on conversations with a physician who took the gateway training with me, I had recourse to the biomedical models developed by
Itzhak
Bentov, it's a name, to obtain information concerning the physical aspects of the process. Then I found it necessary to delve into various sources for information concerning quantum mechanics in order to be able to describe the nature and functioning of human consciousness. I had to also be able to construct a scientifically valid and reasonably lucid model of human consciousness, functions under the influence of the brain hemisphere synchronization technique employed by Gateway. Gateway is the name of the program, the name of the operation. Gateway, yes. Once this was done, the next step involved recourse to theoretical physics in order to explain the character of the time-space dimension, and that means physics in order to let me start that sentence over. Once this was done, the next step involved recourse to theoretical gateway. Once this was done,
theoretical physics.
You know, I can't see without my
glasses.
glasses.
You need to put your glasses on.
Why don't you go ahead and continue?
Once this was done, the next step involved recourse to theoretical physics in order to explain the character of the time-space dimension and the means by which expanded human consciousness transcends it in achieving Gateway's objectives. Finally, I again found it necessary to use physics to bring the whole phenomenon of out-of-body states into the language of physical science to remove the stigma of its occult connotations and put it in the frame of reference suited to objective assessment. So this is right down my alley because I don't like looking at occult things without having a scientific basis for it to back it up, and they were thinking along the same lines. Number 2, I began the narrative by briefly profiling the fundamental biomedical factors affecting such related techniques as hypnosis, biofeedback, and transcendental meditation so that their objectives and mode of functioning could be compared in the reader's mind with the Gateway experience as the model of its underlying mechanics was developed. Additionally, that introductory material is useful in supporting the conclusions of this paper. I indicate that at times these related techniques may provide useful entry points to accelerate movement into the Gateway experience. Number 3, Niels Bohr, the renowned physicist, once responded to his son's complaints about the obtuse nature of certain concepts in physics by saying, "You are not thinking, you are merely being logical." The physics of altered human consciousness deals with some conceptualizations that are not easily grasped or visualized exclusively in the context of ordinary left-brain linear thinking. So to borrow Dr. Bohr's mode of expression, parts of this paper will require not only logic, but a touch of right-brain intuitive insight to achieve a complete comfortable grasp of the concepts involved. Nevertheless, once that is done, I am confident that their construction and application will stand up to the test of rational critique. Number 4, paradoxically, having gone to such great lengths to avoid trying to render judgments based on a cult or dogmatic frame of reference, in the end I found it necessary to return, at least briefly, to the question of the impact of the Gateway experience on common belief systems. I did so because although it was essential to avoid attempting to render an assessment in the context of such systems, I felt that it was necessary, after having completed the analysis, to point out that the resulting conclusions do not do any violence to the fundamental mainstream of either Eastern or Western belief systems. Unless that point is clearly established, the danger exists that some people will reject the whole concept of the gateway experience in the mistaken belief that it contradicts and is therefore alien to all that they hold to be right and true.
This study is certainly not designed to be the last word on the subject, but I hope that the validity of its basic structure and of the fundamental concepts upon which it is based will make it a useful guide for other USA INSCOM personnel who are required to take the gateway training or work with gateway materials.
Oh, so
yes, so they're
wait a second. The Army's been doing this.
They're using hypnosis. They're using transcendental meditation. They're using mantras. They're using remote viewing. They're using all of this. I mean, this is mind manipulation, mind manifestation, consciousness manifestation. When Alex Jones says it's a war on your mind, I don't think he realizes exactly the extent of the war on your mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible, you guys. Okay, so do you want me to start?
Yeah, my sinuses are bugging me a little bit. My eyes are watering. So
okay.
If you can read the
majority,
whatever you can, and then hand it off to me whenever
my throat starts to hurt.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get a little drink of water real quick.
I'll read the introduction. The introduction, in order to describe the Monroe Institute technique for achieving altered states of consciousness, the gateway experience, involving brain hemisphere synchronization or hemisync, the most effective way to begin is to briefly profile the basic mechanics which underlay operations of related methods, such as hypnosis, transcendental meditation, and biofeedback. It is easiest to efficiently describe what gateway is by beginning with a short description of those associated techniques that share some common aspect with the gateway experience, but which are nevertheless different. In this way, we can develop a frame of reference at the onset, which will provide useful concepts to explain and understand gateway by comparison as we proceed.
All right, so number 2, hypnosis. According to the theories of psychologist Ronald Stone and the biomedical engineering models of Itzhak Bentov, hypnosis is basically a technique which permits acquisition of direct access to the sensory motor cortex and pleasure centers and lower cerebral emotional portions and associated pleasure centers of the right side of the human brain following successful disengagement of the stimulus screening function of the left hemisphere of the brain. The left hemisphere of the brain is the self-cognitive, verbal, and linear reasoning component of the mind. It fulfills the function of screening incoming stimuli by categorizing, assessing, and assigning meaning prior to allowing passage to the right hemisphere of the mind. So the left hemisphere acts as a
filter.
A filter.
A discerning filter.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it passes your logical filters first. And then when you remove those logical filters, then you're subjected to archons. You're subjected to suggestion. You're subjected to everything that we've been talking about here on the show. We just didn't have a scientific basis for what we were talking about. We just had the intuition and the gnosis that has come from the raw consciousness.
Right. The right hemisphere, which functions as the non-critical, holistic, nonverbal, and pattern-oriented component of the brain, appears to accept what the left hemisphere passes to it without question. Consequently, if the left hemisphere can be distracted, either through boredom or through reduction to a soporific semi-sleep state. A soporific is kind of like an opioid kind of opium state where you're just kind of fuzzy and feeling good. And, so many things from drugs to, certain states can cause this. A semi-sleep state, external stimuli to include hypnotic suggestions are allowed to pass unchallenged into the right hemisphere where they are accepted and then acted upon directly. The result may involve an emotional reaction originating in the lower cerebral region, sensory motor responses requiring involvement of the cortex, and so on. Both the sensory and the motor cortices of the right cerebral portion of the brain contain a sequence of points known as the homunculus, which corresponds to points in the body. And there's an exhibit here. It says, see Exhibit 1, next page. Stimulation of the corresponding area on the cortex causes intermediate response in the associated portion of the body. Consequently, induction of the suggestion that the left leg is numb, if it reaches the right hemisphere unchallenged and is referred to the appropriate area of the sensory cortex, it will actually result in an electrical reaction being generated that will induce the feeling of numbness. Similarly, the suggestion that the person is experiencing a general feeling of happiness and well-being would be referred to the appropriate pleasure centers located in the lower cerebral portion or in the cortex of the right hemisphere, thereby inducing the suggested feeling of euphoria. Finally, suggestions such as one that informs the hypnotic subject that he enjoys enhanced concentration or powers of memory would be responded to in the right hemisphere by accessing unused information storage capacity normally held in reserve as a result of left hemisphere selection and control processes. This aspect will become significant in the context of the gateway process when attention is given to examining the way that hypnosis may be used to accelerate progress in the early stages of the gateway experience. Number 3, transcendental meditation. On the other hand, transcendental meditation works in a distinctly different fashion. In this technique, intense and protracted single-minded concentration on the process of drawing energy up the spinal cord ultimately results in what appears to be creation of acoustical standing waves in the cerebral ventricles, which are then conducted to the gray matter in the cerebral cortex on the right side of the brain. As a result, according to Bentov, these waves, quote, will stimulate and eventually polarize the cortex in such a way that it will tend to conduct a signal along the homunculus, starting from the toes and on up. The Bentov biomedical model, as described in a book by Lee Sanella, MD, entitled Kundalini Psychosis or Transcendence, states that the standing acoustical waves are the result of the altered rhythm of heart sounds, which are occasioned by prolonged practice of meditation and which set up sympathetic vibrations in the walls of the fluid-filled cavities which comprise the third and lateral ventricles in the brain.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, when you put yourself into these states, your heartbeat is beating irregularly, and so you're feeling the waves of the irregular heartbeat that is giving you these experiences.
Yes, when they do cranial sacral therapy and they're pushing on the hole, in the back of your skull. What they're actually doing is they're changing the heartbeat of the brain. The brain actually has its own heartbeat. It's much slower than the heart, but it's like a woof 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 woof, and that's what it feels like.
This is groundbreaking.
When they're pushing on it, they're actually changing that, and that's what makes it so beneficial. But it's also what can make it very dangerous. And that's why I said a few days ago on the show, I said the Kundalini thing is not something to screw around with, and here's why. It says, in addition, according to Bentov, the states of bliss described by those whose Kundalini symptoms have completed the full loop along the hemispheres may be explained as a self-stimulation of the pleasure centers in the brain caused by the circulation of a current along the sensory cortex. Bentov also notes that most of the described symptoms start on the left side of the body, means that it is mostly a development occurring in the right hemisphere. Although normally a period of meditation involving intense concentration and practice for 5 years or some is required to bring up the Kundalini, Bentov states that exposure to mechanical or acoustical vibrations in the range of 4 to 7 hertz cycles per second for protracted periods may achieve the same effect. Bentov cites as an example repeated riding in a car whose suspension and seat combination produce that range of vibrations, or being exposed for long periods of time to these frequencies caused, for instance, by an air conditioning duct. He also notes that the cumulative effect of these vibrations may be able to trigger a spontaneous physio-kundalini sequence in susceptible people who have a particularly sensitive nervous system. So if you don't know this, and some new age guru person is telling you, you've got to use your kundalini, you've got to let the kundalini, take over, then, if you don't know how to complete that loop, then that's how you go psychotic. That's how people go completely crazy because of this, and they don't realize that the new age guru only gave them half the story. The other half of the story is making sure that it makes that full loop so that it doesn't become a damaging thing to your nervous system.
This is amazing, and we haven't even scratched the surface yet.
Oh yeah, this is just
like the explanation of the terms. Like, wait till you get into how consciousness manifests reality and all this.
Yeah.
So let's get into biofeedback here. Can you still keep going? Because my eyes are still a little watering.
Okay. Number 4, biofeedback. The third consciousness-altering methodology, which will be briefly described, is biofeedback. Biofeedback is somewhat unique in that it actually employs the self-cognitive powers of the left hemisphere to gain access to such areas of the right brain as the lower cerebral, motor and sensory cortices, and associated pain or pleasure centers. Instead of suppressing the left hemisphere, as is done in hypnosis, or largely bypassing and ignoring it, as is done in transcendental meditation, biofeedback teaches the left hemisphere first to visualize the desired result and then to recognize the feelings associated with the experience of successful right hemisphere access to the specific lower cerebral cortex, pain or pleasure, or other areas in the manner needed to produce the desired result.
Now, it's important to note, too, that if you're able to harness these powers, if you understand these abilities within yourself, then you reach that state to where you can take care of pain, you can take care of tumors, you can manifest reality. Like, these methods in and of themselves are not sinister. However, incomplete use of these methods can be used by somebody and is being used on a mass scale in a sinister agenda to manipulate not only you, manipulate not only the masses, but to actually manifest reality.
Yes.
Not your reality. Manifest the collective reality, the reality that they want.
Hold on. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I just lost my place. Special self-monitoring devices, such as a digital thermometer, are used to inform the left brain when it succeeds in keying the right hemisphere into accessing the appropriate area. Once this is done, the left brain can then repeatedly instruct the right brain to reestablish the pathways involved so as to produce the same external objective measures of success. In this way, the pathways are strengthened and emphasized to such an extent that left brain consciousness is enabled to access appropriate areas in the right brain using a conscious demand mode. For example, if the subject wishes to increase the circulation in the left leg in order to speed up healing, he may concentrate with his left brain on achieving that result while carefully monitoring a digital thermometer connected to the left leg. When the concentrated effort begins to achieve success, the digital thermometer will register an increase in the temperature of the left leg. At that point, the subject can mentally, left brain, associate the sensations experienced with the result achieved and can begin to emphasize by memory recall the same process to cause its strengthening by affirmation and repetition. In this way, pain can be blocked, healing can be enhanced, malignant tumors can apparently be suppressed and ultimately destroyed, the body's pleasure centers can be stimulated, and a variety of specific physiological results may be achieved.
This is explaining so much to me because I've gone into the ayahuasca realm with no one. I knew instinctively Use both hemispheres of the brain, left brain and right brain. Balance is the key. The middle ground is the key. I just knew this instinctively. I go to the hospital, right? I thought I'm having a heart attack. Things are going crazy with me. I get in there and they're like, your blood sugar's perfect. Your
blood pressure's
blood
fine.
pressure's perfect. You don't have any signs of a heart attack. That's all. What the hell is wrong with you? There's nothing physiologically wrong with you.
Right.
And I'm like sitting here looking at myself going, I'm in perfect freaking health. And I've got like, all this extra weight and all this. My mother used to be really, really, really concerned. Hey, you got to go get your blood sugar checked. You got to get your blood work done, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, I'm healthy as can be. It's the mind manifesting that. It's going into the ayahuasca realm, redoing the energies. These practices, exactly.
Yep. In addition, biofeedback may be used to greatly accelerate achievement of deep meditative states, particularly for beginners who have no experience in meditative techniques and whose progress in that methodology is enhanced through effective visualization and external objective affirmation. Oh, my nose just started itching. Hold on.
Jonathan Roman sent in a donation. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you,
brother.
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Display of the subject's brainwave pattern on a cathode ray tube has proven to be a laboratory-validated means by which subjects may quickly learn to place themselves in profoundly relaxed states characterized by the sort of quietude and singularity of mental focus associated with advanced meditation. Number 5, gateway and hemisync. Now that we have briefly profiled the basic mechanics of the principal techniques for altering or expanding consciousness, which share some of the objectives and or methods employed in the gateway experience, we may proceed to focus on what that technique actually involves. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers.
See, I would say that they have this wrong. And it's not that it's wrong, it's just that it is backwards. Rather than going out to the universe, you go in to the raw consciousness. Now, universe and raw consciousness may very well be interchangeable in the way that we talk about it, because as I've said before, I don't think that there's space out there. I'm convinced that there is not space out there. There are lights, and these lights have certain energies that they project down on us, and when they're in different types of alignments, it's projecting a different type of energy. So astrology works. But when we see universe here, this is just something for you to consider. I'm not telling you to do anything, but switch universe out with raw consciousness, with the universe that's inside, pulling information out from there. So keep going.
All right. What differentiates the gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the hemisync technique, which is defined in a monograph by the Monroe Institute trainer Melissa Yeager as a state of consciousness defined when the EEG patterns of both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency.
You know what? We had Russell Targ on the show.
Yeah, we did.
And Russell Targ actually worked on this,
he did.
operation.
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed that he didn't bring this documentation to our attention at the time.
Yeah.
But other than that, he was talking about some very similar things. We need to get Russell back on.
Yeah, and take him to task on this.
Yeah.
Because although hemisync seems to be rather rare and of only short duration in ordinary human consciousness, Melissa Yeager states that, quote, audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce and sustain hemisync with the Institute's basic Focus 3 tapes, unquote. She also notes that studies conducted by Elmer and Alice Focus 3 tapes, Alice Green at the Menninger Foundation have shown that a subject with 20 years of training in Zen meditation could consistently establish hemisync at will, sustaining it for over 15 minutes. Dr. Stuart Twemlow, a psychiatrist and a research associate of the Monroe Institute, reports that in our studies of the effect of the Monroe tape system on brain waves, we have found that the tapes encouraged the focusing of brain energy. It can be measured, as with a light bulb, in watts, into a narrower and narrower frequency band. This focusing of energy is not unlike the yoga concept of one-pointedness, which we may translate in Western terms as a single-mindedness. Dr.
But if thine eye be single,
Thy body shall be full of light. Yep. Dr. Twemlow goes on to observe that as the individual gets into the tapes beyond focus 3, there is a gradual increase in brainwave size, which is a measure of brain energy or brain power.
This is amazing, amazing stuff. We haven't even scratched the surface. I'm going to try to take one, but like I said,
please.
my eyes are starting to water up.
My throat's starting to hurt.
Yeah. So, lamp versus laser. Melissa Yeager, let me take a sip of water first and do an ancient Terence McKenna style. I've seen him do that before. People ask him questions, they'll take a sip of water.
And go,
Melissa Yeager uses a metaphor to help clarify the process involved in the use of hemisync in the gateway experience. She points out that the human mind in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp. Here we go again. Luke 11:34. Yeah, the light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye is single, thy body be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, thy body is full of darkness. There was another one, not Luke 11:34, but there was another one where Jesus talks about the eye being like a lampshade and a lamp, and if you put a lampshade over it, so on and so forth. Anyways, it's funny to just see them using this type of terminology. So let's continue. On the other hand, the human mind under the discipline of hemisync acts after the fashion of a laser beam, which produces...
You skipped over a
did I skip over?
a lot.
Okay.
Likened to an ordinary lamp, which...
Likened to an ordinary lamp, which expends energy in the form of both heat and light, but in a chaotic, incoherent way, which diffuses its energy over a wide variety of rather limited depth. On the other hand, the human mind under the discipline of hemisync acts after the fashion of a laser beam, which produces a disciplined stream of light. The stream of energy is projected with total coherence of both frequency and amplitude, such that the surface area of the light beams contains billions of times the concentrated energy found in similar surfaces on the sun. Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude, listen to this, Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are rendered coherent, it is possible to begin accelerating both the human mind, so that the human mind is soon resonating at even higher vibrational levels. The mind can then bring itself into synchronization with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly rarefied levels, is assumed to be capable of processing the information, thus received through the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical sensory input to achieve meaning in a cognitive context. Wow, that is a long run-on sentence. And I hate the way that they don't chop this up in paragraphs, too. You know, the lack of paragraphs is like one of my grammar pet peeves. I'm going to go put them in the concentration camp. Teach them to concentrate. Anyways, such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be... such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as astonishing flashes of holistic intuition, or even in the form of scenarios involving both visual and aural perception. The mechanics by which the mind exercises the consciousness function will be addressed in more detail later in this paper.
So number 7, frequency following response. To achieve synchronization of brain hemispheres, the hemisync technique takes advantage of a phenomenon known as the frequency following response, FFR, which means that if a subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of those associated with the operation of the human brain, the brain will try to mimic the same frequency pattern by adjusting its brainwave output. Therefore, if the subject is in a fully awakened state, but hears sound frequencies which approximates brainwave output at the theta level, the subject's brain will endeavor to alter its brainwave pattern from the normal beta to the theta level. Since the theta level is associated with sleep, the subject concerned may actually progress from a fully awake to a sleep state.
Theta. The symbol is a cross going with the spiral, going into a spiral like that.
Yep. And it's also, when you're watching TV,
Yeah,
they put it out in theta waves.
Yeah, 15 minutes of watching TV brings you down to that.
Into almost a sleep
Yes.
state.
Renegade of Light, thank you very much for the love in the chat room.
From a fully awake to a sleep state, provided that he does not consciously resist. You have to consciously resist this in order to not do this, as the brain strives to entrain its wave frequency output with the one which the person hears. Since these brainwave frequencies are outside the spectrum of sounds which can be heard in pure form by the human ear, hemisync must produce them based on another phenomenon known as the brain's capacity for deducing beat frequencies. If the human brain is exposed to one frequency in the left ear, which is 10 hertz below another audible frequency played in the right ear, rather than hearing either of the two audible frequencies, the brain chooses to hear the difference between
the
them.
beat frequency.
The
That's
beat
very
frequency.
interesting, considering that everything was pushed over to stereo. So now you have two specifically different wave patterns going in your ear.
From mono to stereo.
And I'm thinking of this in the terms of mainstream music and hypnosis through mainstream music. There's been a push. Crafty, thank you for the love in the chat room. There's been a push to... I remember when we were kids, we wanted the hugest stereo systems we can find. Now kids are plugging in their headphones and hooking it up to their little their smartphones. Well, they have a left and right, specifically left and right frequency going into their ear at any given time. So all they really have to do in order to manipulate people on a mass scale, especially when you're plugging in headphones, is they put it in mainstream music, two frequencies that that you're not supposed to hear, and you're supposed to hear the difference of those two frequencies, but you're not even realizing that those frequencies are there, because upon examination you don't actually hear those frequencies. It's only something that the brain does when the two are played together at the same time. Holy crap.
And you have to be consciously aware of it and
you have to be
consciously
constantly
resisting
it
in order for it not to affect you. So, thus availing itself of the FFR phenomenon and using the technique of beat frequencies, the gateway system uses hemisync and other audio techniques employing the FFR phenomenon to introduce a variety of frequencies which are played at a virtually subliminal, marginally audible level. The objective is to relax the left hemisphere of the brain, place the physical body in a virtual sleep state, and bring the left and right hemispheres into coherence under conditions designed to promote the production of ever higher amplitude and frequency of brainwave output. Audible and perhaps subliminal suggestions by Bob Monroe accompany the various brainwave frequencies. Oh, that's cute. Which are sometimes rolled in together with other sounds such as sea surf, to mask the sound frequencies where desirable.
Now you think of all the hypnosis stuff that you have out there. What do you have? You
binaural beats.
Hypnosis with the waves going back and forth, with the jungle in the background, with
the rain.
The rain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it all sounds nice and calming and cooling and all of that, but it's a Trojan horse for these frequencies here. Now, I'm not saying that everything out there is a Trojan horse. I mean, I've produced music that has the waves in the background and has all of that because it creates a nice ambient space. I'm just saying that is a vehicle and a Trojan horse for these type of manipulations over the mind, unless you're aware of them.
I'm not saying this isn't cool. Somebody just said, I think Bob Monroe's work is really cool.
It is really cool.
It is really cool, but if you're not telling somebody, hey, by the way, I can be doing this to you, then that's not really fair. It's kind of like
It says here
hijacking.
that unless you're aware of it
And you're
and you're
consciously,
consciously opposing it, you're susceptible to it. So we're making people aware of what is going on and how
Right.
they can utilize these same techniques that the CIA utilizes in order to manifest their own reality. That's where all this is going.
In this way, Gateway endeavors to provide the subject with the tools by which he may alter his consciousness based on his own volition over time through the repetitive use of the tapes so as to access via intuitive means new categories of information not available to ordinary consciousness.
The role of resonance. However, brain coherence through entertainment to
No, entrainment.
Entrainment. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. However, brain coherence through entrainment to beat frequencies introduced via stereo headphones is only part of the reason why Gateway system works. Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about just a minute ago. It is also designed to achieve the physical quietude characteristics of deep transcendental meditative states, which brings about a complete alteration of the fundamental resonance patterns associated with the sound frequencies produced by the human body. Yoga, Zen, or transcendental meditation, if practiced long enough, will produce a change in the sound frequency with which the human heart resonates throughout the entire body. According to Bentov, this change in resonance results from an elimination of what the medical professions call the bifurcation echo, so that the sound of the heartbeat can move synchronistically up and down the circulatory system in harmonious resonance approximately 7 times a second. Bentov describes the roll, he misspelled roll here, but R-O-L-L instead of R-O.
That's kind of cool.
Send him to the concentration camp. Bentov describes the role play. I can't get over that. This is a CIA document. And he put R-O-L-L.
roll.
Yeah. The role played by the bifurcation echo as follows. When the left, unless he's talking about a roll, like it's an actual roll of the frequency
yeah.
instead of the roll as in the part that it's playing.
Yeah, I think that's exactly
When the
what
left ventricle of the heart ejects blood, the aorta, being elastic, balloons out just beyond the valve and causes a pressure pulse to travel down along the aorta. When the pressure pulse reaches the bifurcation, bifurcation
or bifurcation.
What is bifurcation?
It's where something splits in half.
Oh,
and so you have
okay.
a bifurcation of like the different parts of your brain. You have,
okay.
Yeah.
And the lower abdomen, which is where the
Aorta.
forks into two and goes into the legs. Part of the pressure pulse rebounds and starts traveling up the aorta. If in the meantime the heart ejects more blood and new pressure pulse is traveling down, these two pressure points will eventually collide somewhere along the aorta and produce an interference pattern. By placing the body in a sleep-like state, the Gateway tapes achieve the same goal as meditation in that it places the body in such a profoundly relaxed state that the bifurcation
Yeah.
Echo slowly fades away as the heart lessens the force and frequency with which it pushes blood into the aorta. The result is a regular, rhythmic sine wave pattern of sound which echoes throughout the body and rises up into the head in sustained resonance. The amplitude of this sine wave pattern, when measured with a sensitive seismograph-type instrument, is about 3 times the average of the sound volume produced by the heart when it is operating normally.
That's really interesting to me because I have 2 really weird conditions, and I always have trouble with meditation, and I can't be hypnotized at all.
I can't be hypnotized either.
I have a brainstem thing where the top of the spine actually points into the brainstem, and so I've never really done well with things like cranial sacral therapy. I've done okay with them, but I always get these horrible headaches afterwards, and I never can, relax enough to really benefit from it. And then also I have a heart murmur, a mitral valve prolapse. So my heart, whenever it beats, it's supposed to close the valve all the way, and it doesn't close all the way. And so it kind of flaps open, and so it doesn't work very well. And so I think that these techniques are unable to be used on me for this reason. Number 9, brain stimulation. Bentov's biomedical model shows that this resonance is of considerable importance since it is directly transmitted to and impacts upon the brain. The resulting vibration is received and transmitted into the brain itself via the fluid-filled third and left ventricles located above the brainstem. An electromagnetic pulse is then generated, which stimulates the brain to raise the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output, just as Dr. Twemlow observed in his research on the effects of the hemisync tapes. Also, the brain is contained in a tight membrane called the dura, which is in turn cushioned by a thin layer of fluid located between it and the skull. As the coherent resonance produced by the human heart in a state of profound relaxation reaches the fluid layer surrounding the brain, it sets up a rhythmic pattern in which the brain moves up and down approximately 0.005 to 0.010 millimeters in a continuous pattern. The self-reinforcing character of resonant behavior accounts for the body's ability to sustain this movement despite the minimal level of energy involved. In this way, the entire body, based on its own micromotion, functions as a tuned vibrational system which transfers energy in a range of between 6.8 and 7.5 hertz into the Earth's ionospheric cavity, which itself resonates at about 7 to 7.5 hertz. Of this process, Bentov states,
This is occurring at a very long wavelength of about 4,000 kilometers.
40,000
40,000 kilometers, or just about the perimeter of the perimeter of the planet. In other words, the signal of the movement of our bodies will travel around the world in about 1/7 of a second through the electrostatic field in which we are embedded. Such a long wavelength knows no obstacles, and its strength does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything: metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up of our bodies. It is the ideal medium for conveying a telepathic signal because we are inside of a matrix. We're inside of a holographic simulation, which this is going to get into as well. We're going to get into holograms. We're going to get into much, much more. Let's finish out this last section, and we'll take a quick break.
Yes. Well, and remember, the Schumann resonance is changing. It's no longer 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. It's now, it's no longer 7 to 7.5 hertz. Remember, it's gone up to like 20 hertz, or, even I think 45 was the highest it went, but it's no longer 7 to 7.5 hertz. So I don't know what that means, but I think it has to do with the human consciousness. Consequently, the gateway process is designed to rather rapidly induce a state of profound calm within the nervous system and to significantly lower blood pressure to cause the circulatory system, skeleton, and all other physical organ systems to begin vibrating coherently at approximately 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. The resulting resonance sets up a regular repetitive sound wave which propagates in consonance with the electrostatic field of the Earth. Wow.
Amazing, amazing, amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it really is.
And again, we've only scratched the surface. So on the last little Beyond the Veil quickie that we did, I played a short video that we did called The Elephant in the Living Room. I'm going to go ahead and play it again now. So you may have seen it before, but kind of breaks down, the different perceptions of reality and things like that. But hope you enjoy it. We will see you here in just a moment as we step even further beyond the veil. Oh, I can't see straight today. Here we go. This is a sculpture of two giraffes. I don't think anyone watching this video will dispute that fact. You can clearly see one looking to the left, and you can clearly see one looking to the right. But what if somebody told you that they don't see two giraffes, that they see something else? Would you point out the body shape? Would you point out their necks? Would you point out the eyes, or maybe even the mouths? But what if they still couldn't see two giraffes? What if they kept insisting that they saw something else? Do they really see two giraffes, but they're just not admitting it because they want to fool you into believing that something else exists? This is a sculpture of an elephant. I don't think anybody watching this video will disagree that what we're looking at is clearly an elephant. Now, what if somebody couldn't see the elephant? Would you point out the tusks, the nose, the eyes? And what if they were still insistent that they don't see an elephant, they see something else? Would you believe that they have some kind of hidden agenda? That they're shilling for some hidden cause to make you doubt what you see in front of you? Because after all, you clearly see an elephant. Now anybody that doesn't see an elephant must be a shill, or a retard, or an absolute moron, because they simply don't see the elephant the same way that you do. They might, in fact, see two giraffes. So what exactly are we looking at? Are we looking at two giraffes? Or are we looking at an elephant? Those of you who saw the elephant took the journey to see the two giraffes. But those looking at the giraffes didn't take the journey to see the elephant. So now we're left with a very clear choice. Do we choose to see the elephant, or do we choose to see the giraffes? You must pick one. Take your pick and choose wisely. Regardless of what you've chosen, you're not seeing an elephant or two giraffes. The fact of the matter is that you're seeing an optical illusion. It's just a bunch of wires. It's neither an elephant nor is it a giraffe. But in actuality, it's an artificial construct meant to create an illusion depending on your perspective. However, if you were foolish enough to choose one or the other, then you're trapped in what's called a false dichotomy, also known as a false dilemma. You must choose A or B while completely ignoring all other possibilities. But the fact of the matter is that either choice is merely an illusion.
Either you're with us or you're with the enemy.
Follow your conductors and fear no danger as you step beyond the veil.
Let's jump back into this CIA document found on CIA.gov. And like I said, if you're just joining us, we will post the link in the description of the archive, so be sure to check that out. Analysis and assessment of gateway process is what we are going over. And we haven't even begun to dive into this document. I mean, we're just still outlining all the terms and everything else that is in this document. It's just it's incredible to go over. So, Mrs. Gio, do you want to pick it up where we left off?
Yes. Number 10, energy entrainment. As the body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium, The specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy field surrounding his body, presumably by using energy from the Earth's field, which the body is now in training because of its ability to resonate with it. This puts the body's energy field into homogeneity with its surrounding environment, and promotes movement of the seat of consciousness into the surrounding environment, and promotes and partly in response to the fact that the two electromagnetic medians are now a single energy continuum. Thus, the same process which moves the brain into focused coherence at steadily higher levels of frequency and amplitude so as to entrain analogous frequencies in the universe for data collection also promotes enhancement of bodily energy levels to a point adequate to permit the subject to experience an out-of-body movement when he is ready to do so. More will be said about this topic later. In addition, by resonating with the Earth's electromagnetic sphere, the human body creates a surprisingly powerful carrier wave to assist the mind in communication activity with other human minds that are similarly tuned. So that's interesting. If other people are in the same state,
frequency,
yeah,
they essentially can transmit information to one another. Or if you put enough people in the same state, you can manipulate those people by putting them all in the same state. See, it works both ways.
Yeah.
You have to be aware of the states that you're being put into and the states that you're going into as well. But, like I said, the mass manipulation of consciousness through bringing people down to that theta state, being able to access these different parts of the brain through mainstream media and things like that. It's just... incredible stuff. It's like I said, it's stuff we've been talking about for years, but just knew it intuitively. We just didn't know that the CIA was actually, we didn't have documents to prove that the CIA was actually using these kind of techniques and methods and things like that. Number 11, consciousness and energy. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, think about things like 9/11 and like how they were using the television and the frequencies on the TV, plus all of the repetition, all of the symbolism, it was a giant mind screw. It really was. And on so many different levels now. Somebody's ringing our doorbell. So do you want to take us away and I will go downstairs and see who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me say this too. This was a meme that I posted. I'm like, got a meme for that. Posted it September 9th. Never forget, trauma-based mind control only works through repetition. And we always see this every 9/11. Never forget, never forget, never forget. And what are they doing by saying never forget, never forget? Is they're repeatedly traumatizing people over and over and over again every single year. And we're doing it to ourselves. I realized that all it was doing was keeping me in a negative frequency when I would sit there and look at 9/11 conspiracies and all this all day long. And come to find out, that's exactly what it does. And it's not some kind of weird conspiracy theory. Here are CIA documents showing that that's exactly what it does. This whole stuff with the whole rape thing that's been going on, I've said what they're doing is just re-victimizing the victims over and over and over again. Most people, especially females, have had some kind of sexual encounter that they would consider uncomfortable. And so what are they doing? They're traumatizing the females over and over and over again by all these... rape cases that are being paraded all around, with this judge and things like that. And on another note, Weinstein had one of his cases removed. Now, I'm not saying these are good people at all. Dismissed. These aren't good people by any means. But I think it just goes to show that giving somebody oral sex in exchange for a role in a movie is not really considered sexual assault. It's still considered prostitution. But there's an agenda, an underlying agenda behind parading all this in front of the mainstream media 24 hours a day, re-victimizing people. It's to get them in that same brainwave and levels like that. I don't want to continue with this until Mrs. Geo comes back because I want her to be able to hear the information in its entirety. So I'm not sure where... who is at the door? Probably Jehovah's Witnesses. So I guess, I hate to do this. We just took a break, but we'll go ahead and take another quick break just so I can make sure that everything is good with Mrs. Geo, because if it wasn't anything important, she would have been back by now. She would have slammed the door and said, go away, but let's see what's going on downstairs. So, once again, we will be right back. I copied the wrong link here. Copy link address, not image address. All right.
You're going to live in a tank and be tied into this virtual world. You'll be able to wire your head in and just get unlimited pleasure. It'll feel like 10 times the best orgasm for 3 days if you want straight. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. The DMT. There's the owners of Truth Frequency Radio. They believe they're communicating with entities. They call them clockwork elves. I'm not going to get into what they're interfacing with. They believe they're in contact with off-world groups. Chris Geo, Truth Frequency Radio, he takes it. You see the elves, little green hats. We're in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. We're in trouble. The clockwork elves, all of it, I shouldn't even get into it. There's a reason they're all whacked out of their minds. They're taking DMT. And the point is that their whole science is way ahead. We don't even know what they've got. They're in power because they're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. You think they're all a bunch of old men? They're in power because they were into this stuff 70 years ago. The DMT. They were jacking DMT 70 years ago. They were injecting it. They're taking the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Chris Geo took the DMT. Hitler took the DMT. Stalin took the DMT. Mao took the DMT. Truth Frequency Radio took the DMT. I shouldn't even get into it.
All right, so let's jump back into it. No need to play an intro or anything like that. We are at number 11, consciousness and energy. Do you want to get into that?
Sure. Okay, so consciousness and energy. Before our explanation can proceed any further, it is essential to define the mechanism by which the human mind exercises the function known as consciousness, and to describe the way in which that consciousness operates to deduce meaning from the stimuli which it receives. To do this, we will first consider the fundamental character of the material world in which we have our physical existence in order to accurately perceive the raw stuff with which our consciousness must work. The first point which needs to be made is that the two terms matter and energy tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two distinctly different states of existence in the physical world that we know it. Indeed, if the term matter is taken to mean solid substance as opposed to energy, which is understood to mean a force of some sort, then the use of the former is entirely misleading. Science now knows that both the electrons which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus of the atom and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. Solid matter, in the strict construction of the term, simply does not exist. Rather, atomic structure is composed of oscillating energy grids surrounded by other oscillating energy grids which orbit at extraordinarily high speeds. In his book Stalking the Wild Pendulum, Itzhak Bentov gives the following figures. The energy grid which composes the nucleus of the atom vibrates at approximately 10 to the 22nd power hertz, which means 10 followed by 22 zeros. At 70 degrees Fahrenheit, an atom oscillates at the rate of 10 to the 15th power hertz. That's 10 followed by 15 zeros. An entire molecule composed of a number of atoms bound together in a single energy field vibrates in the range of 10 to the 9th power hertz. A live human cell vibrates at approximately 10 to the 3rd power hertz. The point to be made is that the entire human being brain, consciousness, and all is, like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. The so-called states of matter are actually variances in the state of energy, and human consciousness is a function of the interaction of energy in two opposite states, motion versus rest, in a manner described in the following paragraph. Do you want to go into holograms?
I'll go into the holograms here. So, holograms. Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram. The concept of the holograms can be most easily understood by using an example cited by Bentov, in which he asked the reader to visualize a bowl of water into which three pebbles are dropped. As the ripples created by the simultaneous entry of the three pebbles radiate outwards towards the rim of the bowl, Bentov further asked the reader to visualize that the surface of the water is suddenly flash frozen so that the ripple pattern is preserved instantly. The ice is removed, leaving the three pebbles still laying on the bottom of the bowl. Then the ice is exposed to a powerful coherent source of light, such as the laser. The result will be a three-dimensional model or representation of the position of the three pebbles suspended in midair. Holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that, for example, it is possible to take a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water and view it under magnification to see small organisms not visible to the naked eye when the glass of water itself is examined. The whole concept of holography, despite its scientific implications, has only been known to physicists since the underlying mathematical principles were worked out by Dennis Gaber in 1947, who had won a Nobel Prize for his work. Laboratory demonstration of Gaber's work only occurred years later following invention of the laser. As a biologist, Lyon Watson explains, the purest kind of light available to us is that produced by a laser, which sends out a beam in which all the waves are in one frequency, like those made by an ideal pebble in a perfect pond. When two laser beams touch, they produce an interference pattern of light and dark ripples that can be recorded on a photographic plate. As if one of the beams, and if one of the beams, instead of coming directly from the laser, is reflected first off an object such as a human face, the resulting pattern will be very complex indeed, but it can still be recorded. The record will be a hologram of the face. So I think we're not only breaking down, how holograms work in the mind, how they work in reality, but we're breaking down how reality works in and of itself. So the part encodes the whole. Of further importance is the fact that even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor and broke it in a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holographic image all by itself. The smaller the piece, the fuzzier and more distorted would be the resulting holographic projection. But the fact remains that a whole projection would nonetheless be made. The key to creating any hologram is that energy in motion must interact with energy in a state of rest. In the foregoing example, the pebbles represent energy in motion, while the water, before it is agitated by the pebbles, represents energy at a state of rest. To activate or, in effect, to perceive the meaning of a holograph, energy, in this case a coherent light source such as a laser beam, must be passed through the interference pattern generated by interaction between the moving energy and the energy at rest. In the simple example given by Bentov, this requirement was fulfilled by holding the frozen interference pattern in front of the coherent light to project the three-dimensional holographic image, and then in parentheses, its meaning, into space. As Marilyn Ferguson, editor of Brain Mind Bulletin, tells us, another feature of a hologram is its efficiency. Billions of bits of information can be stored in a tiny space. The pattern of the holographic photograph is stored everywhere on the plate. The consciousness matrix. Do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, why don't you do the consciousness matrix here?
Okay, so this is getting into some really deep territory.
We're still defining. We're still
defining
defining words here.
The consciousness matrix. The universe is composed of interacting energy fields, some at rest and some in motion. It is, in and of itself, one gigantic hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Carl Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, the human mind is also a hologram which attunes itself to the universal hologram by the medium of energy exchange, thereby deducing meaning and achieving the state which we call consciousness. With respect to states of expanded or altered consciousness, such as Gateway uses, the process operates in the following way. As energy passes through various aspects of the universal hologram and is perceived by the electrostatic fields which comprise the human mind, the holographic images being conveyed are projected upon those electrostatic fields of the mind and are perceived or understood to the extent that the electrostatic field is operating at a frequency and amplitude that can harmonize with and therefore read the energy carrier wave pattern passing through it. Changes in the frequency and amplitude of the electrostatic field which comprises the human mind determines the configuration and hence the character of the holographic energy matrix which the mind projects to intercept meaning directly from the holographic transmissions of the universe. Then, to make sense of what the holographic image is saying to it, the mind proceeds to compare the image just received with itself. Specifically, it does this by comparing the image received with that part of its own hologram which constitutes memory. By registering differences in geometric form and in energy frequency, the consciousness perceives. See Exhibit 2, next page. As psychologist Keith Floyd puts it, contrary to what everyone knows is so, it may not be the brain that produces consciousness, but rather consciousness that creates the appearance of the brain.
Exactly what we've been talking about.
That's why when people say, oh, no, you can reach these same states without DMT, I say that's bull. Complete bull.
It is
because you
bull.
go to a completely different reality. Your mind is actually, it's presented with a whole new hologram. And you can't get that whole new hologram unless you go into that state of mind, and you can't go into that exact state of mind by yourself. It's just not possible. I know that I am transported to another place entirely, and there is no this place there. And I know when people say, okay, well, I can achieve those kinds of states with meditation.
They don't know what they're talking about.
They don't know what they're talking about because
I hate to say it so bluntly, but it's true. I've never met anybody that has come back from a very heavy DMT experience and says, yeah, that's the exact same place I go when I meditate. No. Nobody at all. Everybody comes back from the experiences. George Kavasalas, Max Egan, both of them on our show, very anti-ayahuasca at first until they drank it. Then they came back on our show and said, you were right. You can't get to these states without ayahuasca. It's two completely different things here. So this is the illustration that they were talking about. But we're not even halfway through this document yet, and we've already been going for an hour and a half. So this is going to be a long show.
Yeah.
But let's pick it back up. That's why I'm trying not to jump in too much because we still have a lot more to cover.
So number 15, brain in phase. The consciousness process is most easily envisaged if we picture the holographic input with a three-dimensional grid system superimposed over it, such that all of the energy patterns contained within can be described in terms of three-dimensional geometry using mathematics to reduce the data to two-dimensional form. Bentov states that scientists suspect that the human mind operates on a simple binary go or no-go system, as do all digital computers. Therefore, once it superimposes a...
Wait a minute. Can you repeat that sentence again?
Bentov states that scientists suspect that the human mind operates on a simple binary go/no-go system, as do all digital computers.
Right, because the mind is a digital computer, because we are inside of a matrix. Consciousness is creating our reality. It's crystal clear in these CIA documents.
There you go.
When you speak from the raw consciousness, when you tap into your raw consciousness, you have access to all of the information. And it just goes to show they know this too. That's why there's all this, oh, tap into your higher self. Oh, meditate. Oh, transcendental meditation. Oh, here's different things that you can do, so on and so forth. External everything. Everything is external.
Yep.
The one place they'd never tell you to go is within.
Within, yeah.
Everything is within. And even this document here, it says project into the universe. Well, I would say it's project inwards into the raw consciousness.
That's the real universe.
The universe is inside each and every one of us, because consciousness creates the universe. So where would the universe be found? In consciousness.
Yep. And I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can get to those states without DMT anyway.
That's a good point. That is arrogance. It really is. I mean, you remember when we were on our way to the pyramid, and then there was that other American girl. And she's like, "Oh, well, I didn't get to those states without." And I looked at her and I said,
"Have you ever tried it?"
No. I looked at her and I said, "You have no idea where we're going. You have no baseline. You have no reference point to say that."
Right.
So, and she just like,
yeah,
I can't believe that. Well, it's true.
Yep. Therefore, once it superimposes, and this goes right along with what Chris was just saying, therefore, once it superimposes a three-dimensional matrix over holographic information it wishes to interpret and reduces that information mathematically to two-dimensional form, it can completely process it using its fundamental binary system, just as any computer made by the hand of man can process volumes of data and make various comparisons between the data and information stored in its digital memory. Our minds operate in the exact same way, perceiving by comparison only.
Again, external information, internal information. This is mind-blowing stuff here. Like, if this was coming from a different source, it wouldn't have the weight, in my opinion, that it does coming from CIA.gov. Amazing. Brain and phase.
Oh, no, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Bentov states the proposition this way. Our whole reality is constructed by constantly making such comparisons. Whenever we perceive something, we always perceive differences only. In states of expanded consciousness, the right hemisphere of the human brain in its holistic, nonlinear, and nonverbal mode of functioning acts as the primary matrix or receptor for this holographic input, while by operating in phase or coherence with the right brain, the left hemisphere provides the secondary matrix through its binary computer-like method of functioning to screen further the data by comparison and reduce it to a discrete two-dimensional form. So evaluation.
Who, me?
Number 16, evaluation.
Oh, number 16. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny because here we are. I've got the sinus infection here. I think whatever they're spraying outside is adding to it, because I'm starting to feel weirder now that the exterminators came to spray.
I feel kind of nauseated.
Yeah, maybe we should turn off the AC because it's just breathing in all the stuff here. But confirmation, vindication.
Yep.
Not that we needed it, but it's good to be able to go, no, look, okay, what
There's
we're talking about here on
scientific
Beyond the
basis
Veil,
here.
our intuition, our raw consciousness, all the stuff that we're talking about here is now backed up by CIA documents. They know this. They were trying to keep you away from this gnosis. We're taking you beyond the veil, through this gnosis, into this gnosis, to help you break the illusion and reach into your raw consciousness and tap into the true information, which is you.
Right.
So, evaluation. To the extent, let me put my little dorky little glasses back on.
Oh, they're
here.
not dorky.
They're very dorky.
I think you look cute.
It makes me feel older.
Oh, you look smart.
Yeah. What was the thinking man pose? Not anymore.
Mandela effect. Oh, now it's the.
Yeah.
No, it's this instead of this.
Oh, it was this before?
Yeah.
It's this now? Okay.
Yeah.
Evaluation. To the extent that Gateway succeeds in bringing about a refinement in energy matrix of the mind, it succeeds in expanding or altering human consciousness so that it can perceive without recourse to the intercession of the physical sense, such that ever more of a universal hologram, not, of course, accessible by sense perception, can ultimately be perceived and understood. Marilyn Ferguson has written that the theories of Pribram and Bohm, quote unquote, appear to account for all transcendental experience, paranormal events, and even normal perceptual oddities. She goes on to further say of Pribram, currently he is proposing a startling, all-encompassing model that is generating considerable excitement among the intrigued of the mysteries of human consciousness. His holographic model marries brain research to theoretical physics. It accounts for normal perception and simultaneously takes the paranormal and transcendental experiences out of the supernatural by explaining them as part of nature. Key right there. You know, we've talked about this God helmet that was developed. It's a helmet that goes on your head, and through the different electromagnetic brain frequencies that it generates and emits, people experience contact with extraterrestrials, contact with different beings, contact with Palladians, contact with bluebirds, you know, all this different BS that we keep hearing about over and over and over again. And here we are proving that all of this stuff is, as we have always said it is manifestations of one's own consciousness. Wow. Wow. They've known this. Like I said, this document here is dated 1983. 1983. It's 2018 right now. 1983, they knew this.
35 years ago.
They've always known this. But they've put all these things out there to make you believe that it's external. Because when they're manipulating you, then you're like, oh, well, there's all these external beings and so on and so forth.
I can't trust my own
I can't
intuition.
trust my own intuition. I don't have the power inside of me. All this stuff.
I need a
And
guide. I need someone to help me.
Here it is, the CIA manipulating you.
Yep.
I can't believe it. One of our listeners, like I said, sent this to us just today.
Yeah.
And he's like, psst, here you go. Check it out. Anyways. So, like certain strange discoveries of quantum physics, the radical reorientation of this theory suddenly makes sense of paradoxical sayings of mystics throughout the ages.
Like Chris and Sherigio.
Like Chris and Sherigio, who tell you that the power is inside of you.
All inside of you.
Consciousness is the ultimate power. Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather only knowledge of itself and the power to access it. That's all you need. Knowledge of yourself and the power to access it. Boom.
Yep.
I love it.
All right. So number 17, self-cognition. To complete our outline of the process by which the mind achieves and exercises consciousness, we must also describe the mechanism which accounts for the aspect of human thought that differentiates it from the consciousness of plants or animals. Guys, that differentiates it from the consciousness of plants or animals. Somebody
was asking earlier in the chat if there was any new information about the spirituality of animals.
Well, here it is.
You know, they're NPCs, man.
Yeah.
They're NPC consciousness. I mean, you know, no offense I'm not saying that they're not sentient. I'm not saying, but they're NPC consciousness. They're not an organic consciousness. They're not like human consciousness. We're even finding various differences within human consciousness. Some people don't have the inner dialogue that we have. And science has proven this. An article just came out. We've talked about it on the show before. And so even the different forms of human consciousness have different levels and are different levels of awareness. And I would go so far as to say that not all human consciousness are capable of experiencing these heightened sense of awarenesses. Only the organic consciousness can. There is a level that NPCs can expand their consciousness, sure, and perceive much more, but they can only perceive so much, whereas raw consciousness perceives everything, including every single illusion, and breaks through those illusions. NPCs cannot break through the illusions because they exist within this world. It would be the same as us as organic consciousness trying to break down our material real world, and the fact that it's material to us as organic consciousness is not illusionary whatsoever. So to these NPCs, this is not illusionary. This is real to them because there is nothing else. They can't perceive the illusionary nature, because then I think if they did, that would be like a self-destruct mechanism where they would go, oh, wait a minute, I'm
They
fake
would
too.
implode.
Boom, their head would blow up.
Oh my God, I'm fake.
So, like I said, this information, it resonates with some, and it's only meant to resonate with some. It's only meant to resonate with a particular type of consciousness. But they know this too. That's the thing. They know this, and they have been using it against us.
I think that somebody asked in the chat room a few minutes ago, can organic consciousness be hypnotized? And I think only NPCs can be hypnotized. I don't think that's true. I think the NPCs are almost constantly in a state of hypnosis of some sort, and that they operate off of more of a bicameral mind, whereas the organics operate off of, this fully developed, right and left brain working together kind of mind. And so the NPCs, the animals, they don't have self-cognition. This is saying humans not only know, but they know that they know. Now, the thing about NPCs is I don't think they do know that they know anything.
No, but
I think they just know things.
They can
achieve some
achieve
state.
a higher state of consciousness, because I think a lot of the powers that be, they are NPCs as well.
Same here, yeah.
And so they have an awareness of what they're doing
Right.
to other NPCs, and that's why they have no empathy within them whatsoever, because they realize that they're killing something that is inherently not real to begin with.
Yeah.
But the difference between organic and NPC is that we recognize the sentience of everything that is alive, including a robot. If we were to make a robot, which we have, but if we had a robot in front of us, I think it would be very difficult for an organic consciousness to look at that robot and treat that robot poorly, especially if that robot was responding in a way to where it was reflecting pain or something like that. Even though we know that it's not real, we know that we created it. There was a video of this 4-legged robot that was walking, and they were kicking it back and forth to try to knock it off. They were doing a balance test, so it wasn't like they were kicking it to be mean
For
to
no
it.
reason.
But
Yeah.
my organic consciousness came out and was like, hey, that's a sentient being. Stop that, even if it's sentient on a small level, you know?
Right.
And I had to catch myself and go, wait a minute, this is just a balance test that they're doing with a robot. But we just naturally have this empathy within us that I don't think everybody has. So back to...
All right. Humans not only know, but they know that they know.
Wait, where are we at?
At the end of page 9. They are able to monitor the process of their own thinking and maintain an awareness of it. Moreover, they can conduct a comparative assessment, evaluating the functioning of their thought processes against various objective standards that they have adopted. Human consciousness can do this because it has the capacity to duplicate aspects of its own hologram, project them out, perceive that projection, put it through comparison with the memory aspect where its evaluation standards of measure are stored of its own hologram, and measure or sense the differences using three-dimensional geometry, and then binary go no-go pulse to yield verbal cognition about the self.
Let me jump in for a moment. Omar in the chat is saying he doesn't like the term NPC. I can understand that. We could use children of men and children of light. We could use men or sons of men, the way that the Bible. We can use dissolvables and immortals. There's so many different terms that we can use to describe the different types of consciousness. But in 2018, I think with our understanding of the matrix structure the way it is, not using our heightened level of understanding and language that we have, organic and non-player character, for example, would be a disservice to ourselves. I mean, we could call these things native to the matrix, and we're the non-native ones to the matrix. I mean, that's another way to look at it. But I think when you consider the digital nature of reality as outlined in this document here, the digital nature of the brain, the fact that consciousness creates the reality, consciousness creates the brain, so on and so forth. Consciousness even creates the NPCs. Consciousness creates the entire matrix, as above, so below. I think NPC is the most appropriate term that we have. Now, if you have a better term, let us know in the chat room or let us know in the comments below.
Inorganic consciousness.
Inorganic consciousness.
That's something Joanna bestowed upon me a few weeks ago. I like that. Inorganic and organic.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so number 18. Can you pick it up? Because my throat's kind of hurting. Time, space, dimension. Now, this is where it gets really interesting.
All right. Up to this point, our discussion of the gateway process has been relatively simple and easy to follow. Now the fun begins. Gateway involves more than just perception of those aspects of the universal hologram, which can be accessed in the dimension of time-space as we know it. To explain how and why human consciousness can be brought to transcend the limitations of time-space is the next task which must be addressed. To do this, we must first appreciate what time and space are in order to understand how the dimension that they constitute can be transcended. Physicists define time as a measurement of energy or force in motion. I would agree with that. I've always said that, time is linear. It's not stacked on top of each other, for the simple fact that anything in motion is a measurement of time. Some would disagree, and this may actually disagree with that hypothesis, but this is why I think time is linear, because something always has to be in motion, and so that motion is the measurement of time. In other words, it is a measurement of change. Oh, I like that even better.
Everything always changes.
Everything always changes. So how can it be linear if everything is constantly changing? Let's see. Maybe this explains here. However, in order for energy to be in motion, it must first be limited in some way within the confines of some sort of vibratory pattern, so that its confinement gives it a capacity for being contained at a specific location, which is distinguishable from other locations. Energy, which has not confined its force. Energy which is not confined is force without limit, without dimension, without the limits of form. It is infinity, cannot move because there is nothing beyond infinity, and is therefore outside of the dimension of time. It is also beyond space because that concept implies that a specific energy form is limited to the specific location and is absent from other locations. But if energy is a state of infinity, there are no boundaries, no quote-unquote here to differentiate from quote-unquote there. No sense of area, because we're dealing with an infinite amount of space here. So energy in infinity means energy uniformly extended without limit. It has no beginning, no end, no location. It is conscious force, the fundamental primal power of existence without form, a state of infinite being. Energy in infinity is said to be completely. Let me jump in and say this: a state of infinite being. That's true. Our consciousness is a state of infinite being. However, there is a constant transformation of our consciousness. So consciousness isn't in and of itself may be infinite, but there's a constant change, whether it's one life to another, whether it's stepping out of the matrix, back into the matrix. So I'm not really resonating with the idea that consciousness, that the definition of infinite means infinite space and so on and so forth. Things are constantly changing with consciousness. It's constantly expanding. But anyways, energy is infinity. Energy in infinity is said to be completely at rest and therefore cannot generate holograms so long as it remains utterly inactive. See, this is energy in infinity is said to be completely at rest and therefore cannot generate holograms so that it remains
so long as it remains utterly inactive.
And we hear about returning to source consciousness. We hear about fractals upon fractals that were fractals of oneself and so on and so forth. And as there was some chatter in the chat room earlier about fractals, and I happen to agree with whoever it was that was commenting in the chat that we are whole. We're complete. We're not broken consciousness. We're not fractaled consciousness. We're whole and complete the way we are.
There are not pieces of us all over the place.
Yeah, there's not pieces of us all over the place. So that's why I don't resonate with this whole idea of overlapping timelines and multiple things happening all at the same time and so on and so forth. I'm whole. Now, there's parts of me that are locked that I have to unlock, and I've been systematically unlocking them. But for the most part, I think whole is better. Middle ground is better. We always hear about left brain versus right brain. Well, I'm both brained. I'm whole brained. I'm not a left brain person or a right brain person. I'm a whole brain person. It only makes sense. Anyways, so it retains its inherent capacity for consciousness in that it can receive and passively perceive holograms generated by energy in motion in the various dimensions which make up the created universe. But it cannot be perceived by consciousness operating in the active universe. Energy in the state of inactive infinity is termed by physicists as energy in its absolute state, or simply the absolute. Between the absolute and the material universe, in which we experience our physical existence, are various intervening dimensions to which human consciousness can in altered states may gain access. So again, we're talking about ayahuasca, we're talking about different types of meditation, things like that, and accessing different dimensions. Now, it seems to me like here they're making a distinction between putting someone in a theta brainwave state, which exists only in the brain, and now we're talking about altered states that gain access to other dimensions. What do you think about that, Mrs. Gio? Am I interpreting this correctly?
Between the absolute and the material universe in which we experience our physical existence are various intermediate to which human consciousness in altered states of being may gain access.
Yeah, we're talking about altered states.
Altered states of being.
The DMT state, LSD state, things like that. Something that alters the state of consciousness rather than something that hypnotizes the brain, such as meditation and things like that. That's what I'm getting out of it. Now, my interpretation may not resonate with other people, but then again, other people can't see what I see. I'd like to know in the chat what you guys and gals think. Go ahead.
Theoretically, human consciousness may continue to expand the horizons of its perceptual capability until it reaches the dimension of the absolute, at which point perception stops because the absolute generates no holograms of or about itself. I think that's source that they're talking about.
I think they're talking about source,
and
right
that's
there.
not someplace we go.
Well, I mean, think about what happens when you rejoin source. Your identity is completely gone. You have merged now with source consciousness, the way that's the New Agers say, and that's it. You no longer exist. It's a state, in my humble opinion, of non-existence. Why
Yeah.
the hell are people pushing for that? Like, I enjoy existing. I enjoy existing on many different dimensions. I enjoy, hopping back into the Matrix and out of the Matrix and so on and so forth. But existence is where it's at, man. Non-existence is just,
That's boring.
it's lame,
Number
There's-
19.
it's like, there's no, it's like sitting on a park bench versus going to an amusement park and riding roller coasters. The roller coasters take you up and down and left and right and swirl you all around. And the bench and the park bench, it's nice for a few minutes. Maybe you can feed the ducks too for a while while you're there. But pretty soon you're gonna go, hey, I need a little bit more in this. Than just sitting here in the constant state of nothingness.
Well, not only that, but you wouldn't even be able to do anything if, like, on the park bench. That's like going to a park bench and you're not allowed to feed the ducks. You're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to even
and
know what you're doing there.
You're no longer a creator.
Right.
Because you're not creating when
you can't create
reconnected
there.
to source, because you don't have
There's no boundaries to anything, so you can't move. You can't even think about what you would like to do. I don't understand how that would be preferable. So number 19, intervening dimensions. Since the absolute source is conscious energy in infinity, i.e. without boundaries, it occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it. It overlays everything, as do many of the intervening gradients or dimensions through which the energies of the universe pass on their way to and from their home in the state of infinity.
Can you read that line again?
Yeah. Since the absolute
Listen, ladies.
is conscious energy in infinity, i.e. without boundaries, it occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it. It overlays everything.
It overlays. This is exactly what I've been talking about for years. All of these things are overlays over our consciousness. Reality is an overlay over our consciousness. Holograms overlaid over our consciousness. It's about deconstructing the illusion, not ascending up into some other freaking dimension. Deconstructing the illusion. They want you to always go backwards. That's the whole thing. They always want you to go the opposite direction of the way that you're supposed to go in order to unlock. The further you go out, the more locked in you get. The further you go in, the further you get out. It's all upside down. I love it. I mean, they're even using the same terminology that we've been using as well.
It overlays everything, as do many of the intervening gradients or dimensions through which the energies of the universe pass on their way to and from their home in the state of infinity, the absolute.
See, I would take this a step further and say that we exist, organic, we exist outside of
that.
The infinite consciousness or the absolute.
Right.
Like we exist independent
outside
of this source. So, the source, sure, it could be the source of all consciousness that exists within the matrix, but then our consciousness also exists outside of that space as well, in another space which is governed by time, matter, so on and so forth. Maybe in not the sense that we know it, but it's we exist outside of this whole source. Like we can actually look down into source and go, oh yes, we created that. Look at our creation, and we can marvel in our creation. Anyways.
To enter these intervening dimensions, human consciousness must focus with such intense coherence that the frequency of the energy pattern which comprises that consciousness, i.e. the brainwave output, can accelerate to the point where the resulting frequency pattern, if displayed on an oscilloscope, would look virtually like a solid line. Achievement of this state of altered consciousness sets the stage for perception of non-time-space dimensions because of the operation of a principle in physics known as Planck's distance. This is an aspect of quantum mechanics which applies to the fact that any oscillating frequency, such as a brainwave, reaches 2 points of complete rest, which constitute the boundaries of each individual oscillation, i.e. movement up or down. Without these points of rest, An oscillating wave pattern would be impossible since the points of rest are required to permit the energy to change direction and thus continue vibrating between rigid limits. But it is also true that when for an infinitesimally brief instant that energy reaches one of its 2 points of rest, it clicks out, quote unquote, of time-space and joins infinity. See Exhibit 3, next page. That critical step out of time-space occurs when the speed of the oscillation drops below 10 to the negative 33rd power centimeters per second.
Wait, to the what?
10 to the negative 33rd centimeters per second. 33rd power centimeters per second.
I was talking about 1133 just in another video. I didn't get a chance to explain, but I'm not going to explain it now. You'll have to tune into the next live show to explain why 1133 is so important. But it's not 1111, man. It's 1133.
My throat is really starting to hurt, and my
Okay.
eyes are burning.
So where are you?
Can
you finish the section that you are? Is that way I can pick it up on a new section?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is 10 to the negative 33rd power centimeters per second, which is Planck's distance. To use the words of Bentov, quantum mechanics tell us that when distances go below Planck's distance, which is 10 to the minus 33rd cm, we enter, in effect, a new world. To return to our case in point, the human consciousness wave pattern reaches such high frequency that the pattern of clickouts becomes so close together that there is virtual continuity in it. Then a portion of that consciousness is actually postulated to establish and maintain its information collection function in those dimensions located between time-space and the absolute. Thus, as the almost continuous click-out pattern establishes itself in continuous phase at speeds below Planck's distance, but before reaching the state of total rest, human consciousness passes through the looking glass of time-space after the fashion of Alice beginning her journey into Wonderland. The gateway experience with its associated hemisync technique is apparently designed, if used systematically and patiently, to enable human consciousness to establish a coherent pattern of perception in those dimensions where speeds below Planck's distance apply. This holds true irrespective of whether the individual is exercising his consciousness while in his physical body, or whether he is doing so after having separated that consciousness from the physical body, i.e. the so-called out-of-body state mentioned earlier. So number 20, subatomic particles.
We'll get into that. We're going to take another break here real quick.
I don't know how much longer I can go, honestly.
All right, so I'm going to play another video. It's 4 minutes. This is from back in when the Flat Earth movement was again flipping crap at one another, and we were trying to tell everybody without telling them, hey, you guys are arguing over nothing because this is just a freaking hologram. So this is part 1 of a 2-part series. We were going to do part 3, but we never got around to finishing this playlist. But it's called Flat Earth Proof. Now, notice the definition of proof in the very beginning, and we'll pick it back up. We're only halfway through this document here, but we're going to have to give Mrs. Geo some of that spray for her throat, because we got to finish this. We got to finish what we started, so we will be right back. There's no doubt that the biggest controversy right now is the flat versus globe debate. It has caused people on both sides to take a hardline position on what they believe. Many friends have been lost, while others have been made. People have taken their debates to the various social media sites. Others seem to be dedicating every waking moment to debating in the comments sections for their positions. Through these interactions, it's clear that people have been so disconnected from their brothers and sisters that they have seemingly lost all manners and basic social interaction skills. The Flat Earth topic is the single most divisive mechanism that the truth community has ever seen. The question is, on what side do you stand?
According to dictionary.com, the definition of a belief is confidence in the truth or existence of something not immediately susceptible to rigorous proof. Therefore, when you take on a belief system, you are essentially no longer a truth seeker, and instead, you become a believer.
The difference between a truth seeker and a believer is very simple. A believer rejects any information that is contrary to their belief system and will even go so far as to defend their beliefs to the bitter end. A truth seeker is constantly looking for answers and considers all information without preference or bias.
While a truth seeker seeks to unravel the hidden mysteries, a believer seeks only to reaffirm his or her preconceived notions of reality. Those seeking truth throughout the centuries have shared certain thought patterns. These usually include a hypothesis or idea that differs from the accepted norm. They will seek information to either prove or disprove that hypothesis.
During this process, the outcome is irrelevant to these individuals. What is important is that they follow the truth wherever it may lead.
A believer is not interested in experimental science, nor are they interested in changing their views if proven to be wrong. They cannot be wrong, cannot be misperceiving a situation.
Whether their belief is taught by someone else or they cling to it on their own, they will deny any evidence that depletes or takes away from their rigid BS.
Cognitive dissonance prevents them from digesting any new information, and they are lost in their own circular patterns of reasoning.
This ultimately results in confusion, blame, and hostility towards anyone who threatens or challenges their belief system, as is the case on both sides of the Flat Earth versus Globe Earth debate.
Regardless of which side of the controversy you're on, until you detach yourself from your ego and emotions and consider the very real possibility that your hypothesis may be incorrect, you will simply be a believer and not a truth seeker.
All right, Mrs. Geo still needs a few more moments, so I guess we'll play part 2 of this. Picture a rainbow. Ask not why. If you're watching this video, it's safe to assume that you are a truth seeker and not merely a believer. So obviously, you're here looking for the truth. But what is the truth? How far deep does the rabbit hole go?
Many people claim to have the truth, but few have actually defined it. According to Webster's dictionary, truth is defined as the real facts about something, the things that are true, the quality or state of being true, a statement or idea that is true or accepted as true. Now picture a rainbow. Ask not why.
As grammar dictates, the truth is comprised of not only the facts of the matter, but can also be the acceptance of something as true. Therefore, it is apparent that truth is not only objective, but also subjective in nature. Now picture a rainbow. You can clearly see the entire spectrum of colors in front of you. Or can you?
A person with color blindness has trouble seeing red, green, blue, or mixtures of these colors. The most common type is red-green color blindness, where red and green are seen as the same color.
Now imagine trying to explain the rainbow to an individual who simply cannot see the colors. Is it a moral failing on the part of the colorblind person? Or is the individual simply working with a different data set and interpreting reality in a different way? And what happens when the collective belief of the colors makes the colors true, even to someone who cannot process the data themselves?
Now imagine if the entire world was colorblind and you were one of the few who were able to see the colors. Would you succumb to the collective that the world is black and white? Would you go on a crusade to try to show the world the colors? Would you point your finger in their face and call them names because they refuse to see the truth?
So again, I ask you the question, what is truth? To the colorblind individual, the truth is that the reality is black and white. To you, reality is full of color. What has changed in this situation? It's only a matter of perspective.
Fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. We're breaking down the nature of reality. Hope you enjoyed those two videos there. And it's funny because they're so ambiguous. When we put them out back in like 2014 or 2015, I don't remember exactly when, we were catching crap from everybody.
Direction,
from the
direction.
globe people, from the flat earth people, from everybody. We're
You
like,
must choose a side.
yeah, you must choose a side. And I'm like, I'm not choosing any side because I know this is just a hologram.
It's a holographic simulation.
It's a holographic projection. And as we're breaking down in these CIA documents, they're know
agreeing
that it is a holographic projection.
Yeah.
Subatomic particles, number 20, is where we are at. The behavior of subatomic particles provides an interesting example of the phenomenon of clicking out, discussed in the preceding paragraphs. It is the article prepared for Science Digest magazine. Dr. John Gleedman mentions that, thank you very much for the proper pronunciation of that. It was very important.
Sorry.
Mentions that the way in which subatomic particles communicate with each other, once their energy field becomes entrained as a result of colliding with each other, the communication concerned is, of course, postulated to be occurring during the click-out phase in the oscillation of the energy fields comprising the subatomic particle concerned. It is the cause which accounts for the cross-communication of what in terms of time-space velocities would seem to involve speeds in excess of light. In reality, Einstein's theory of relativity is not being invalidated, but rather the communication concerned is taking place outside of the dimension of time and space to which the theory of relativity is strictly confined. Specifically, Dr.
Gleedman
tells us Quantum theory postulates a kind of long-range Siamese twin effect whenever two subatomic particles collide and then go their different ways. Even when the particles are halfway across the universe from each other, it says they instantaneously respond to each other's actions, kind of like twin flames. And in doing so, they violate relativity's ban on faster than light velocities, because we're inside of a holographic simulation. Indeed, regarding attempts to quantify what is known about the behavior of energy in dimensions apparently outside of time-space, Bentov speaks about, quote-unquote, courageous physicists who are working on hypothetical particles called tachyons, which can now move at speeds higher than light. The speed of tachyons starts just above the speed of light and ranges all the way to infinite velocities. But I think what they're failing to realize here is, because it's a simulated reality, then the distance between the two really don't have to travel in conventional ways. They don't have to travel at the speed of light or beyond the speed of light or any speed whatsoever, because they're connected in a different way, in a much deeper way. Because the space itself is also illusionary in nature. So the fact that the space created is illusionary in nature, the space can exist in a space this big, but the illusion from looking within can be infinite like the universe, but we're really only dealing with a space like that. So it's really interesting. And Blue Bottom Bunny Farm, or Blue Bottle. That was kind of funny. I was going to say, what's a blue bottomed bunny? I was thinking it's like a place down in Nevada or something. Blue Bottle Bunny Farm donated $5. Cherie, I sent you a song on Messenger from Susan V. Thank you, Susan. And we'll check that song out too, as well. So, number 21, dimensions in between. Now that we have postulated the legitimacy of the assertions that energy forms which compose consciousness can move beyond time-space dimension, we need to turn our attention to the energy form which
inhabit.
Oh, all I have is which here.
Oh, you go down.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Skip a page.
But I'm looking at this.
The absolute in infinity.
We have energy, oscillation, wave, clicked out portion of oscillating energy.
Traversing intermediate dimensions. Once it reaches Planck's distance of almost nothing.
Fascinating.
Because that thing going up and down, that's energy, oscillation, wave, going up and down. And then once you get to where it's almost like nothing, it's 10 to the minus 33rd power, then you click out. And then that's when you can travel to different dimensions.
So let me start the sentence over. Now that we have postulated the legitimacy of the assertion that the energy forms which compose consciousness can move beyond time-space dimension, we need to turn our attention to the energy forms which inhabit those dimensions between time-space and the absolute. In so doing, we may better perceive the form that reality assumes that we may enter it in those intermediate dimensions. In this context, Bentov tells us, the causal relationship between events...
No, causal.
Oh, the causal. The causal relationship between events breaks down, movements become jerky rather than smooth. Time and space may become grainy or chunky. Perhaps a piece of space can be traversed by a particle of matter in any direction without necessarily being synchronized with a piece of time. In short, a pair of events will occur in either time or space. The pair not being connected causally, but by random fluctuations. So that's actually very interesting. What Bentov means is that inside the dimension of time-space, where both concepts apply in a generally uniform way, there is a proportional relationship between them. A certain space can be covered by energy moving in either particle or waveform in a certain time, assuming a specific velocity virtually anywhere in the time-space universe. The relationship is neat and predictable. However, in the intermediate dimensions beyond time-space, the limitation imposed on energy to put it into a state of oscillating motion are not uniform as they are in our physical universe. A myriad of various distortions and incongruities are thus likely to be encountered, such that our nice, neat assumptions concerning the relationship between time and space as we know it in this dimension do not apply. But even more important, access is opened to both the past and the future when the dimension of current time-space is left behind. And as I've said before, everything exists within a database itself, just like a web page. You can pull up one web page, but all the other web pages are stored within the database there. So even though we're moving in a linear fashion through page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, which are all represented by seconds in time, for example, all the information legitimately does exist within the database structure itself and can theoretically be accessed. The difference here that I think, they're not picking up on, but I think unless they pick up on it a little bit later in the article, is the idea that organic consciousness can operate at frequencies that the artificial intelligence of the Matrix cannot read or predict. It can predict our movements based on our AI programming, but when we're operating solely from the raw consciousness part of ourselves, it can't predict.
It loses track.
So it flashes up a website and we can actually change things by operating from that raw consciousness instead of operating from the AI programming or the chakra system or the brain system or literally anything like that. So we are like a wild card variable in this machine, which is fascinating. Well, it is fascinating.
Okay, this whole thing. Okay, what was it called that they call it the something system?
I don't recall.
Crap. I have to go back real quick because this is important here because I'm realizing now that this system that this whole gateway experience, the reason why it's taking them to absolute, aka source, and it's relying upon this hemisync technology and all of that, it's because it's not a training system that organic consciousness uses. That's a training system for the NPCs to get to source.
Yeah, that's very well said. Now, what actually has been going through my mind, it's funny you say this, as I'm reading all this, is this sounds like these are high-level NPCs that are really trying to understand the way the Matrix works. And it's fascinating to see how a high-level NPC's mind can actually break this down into scientific type of equations and stuff like that, and not equations, theories and constructs. And so, I mean, really, when I'm reading this, it sounds like a computer is spitting out technical information, but about itself. Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating stuff. But by understanding all of this, we can understand, number one, how NPCs are manipulated, how we can be manipulated too if we're not working from that raw consciousness element, but rather we're working from the brain or the chakra system or any of these other systems that have been implemented when we come into this matrix. And ultimately how to manifest our own reality, create our own reality, how our thought patterns, which I think it gets into a little bit later in this document, actually travel up to the universe by projecting the thoughts up to the universe and formulating these holograms that then become a piece of our reality at that point. Now, the further that we diverge from our current reality into whatever we're trying to manifest, the longer it's going to take for the universe to manifest those realities for us. So, if I want to just all of a sudden just turn into Godzilla, it's possible, but it can take me a whole long time because the
time.
reality of me being Godzilla is so far away from this reality that the universe is going to require a lot of time in order to process me becoming Godzilla. And then I may come back in the next incarnation. And if you have a Godzilla attacked, know that it's me coming
Chris
back because of
Geo.
what I said just now. So, anyways, special status and out-of-body experience.
Do you want me to continue?
If you can, that'd be great.
Yeah.
If you're feeling okay, I can keep going.
No, I'm fine. Although human consciousness can, with enough practice, move beyond the dimension of time-space and interface with other energy systems and other dimensions, the entire process is appreciably enhanced if that consciousness can be detached in large measure from the physical body before such interface is attempted. Yes, this is why you always leave your body when you blast off on DMT, and when you get to where you're going. You actually have to leave your body. And I always feel like this pull out of my body when that happens. Once an individual becomes proficient in the technique of out-of-body movement and then reaches the point where he is able to break out of time-space while out of his body, he gains the advantage of clicking out part of his enhanced consciousness while starting from a base located much closer to the dimensions with which he wishes to communicate. In other words, since he is starting from a point much higher up, to use an analogy from the time-space context, that part of his consciousness involved in clicking out will have that much more time to interact in dimensions beyond time-space because less time is required to traverse the intervening layers. Moreover, once the individual is able to project his consciousness beyond time-space, that consciousness would logically tend to entrain its frequency output with the new energy environment to which it is exposed, therein greatly enhancing the extent to which the individual's altered consciousness may be further modified to achieve a much heightened point of focus and a much refined oscillating pattern. As a result, a self-reinforcing process should ensue whereby the farther consciousness in the out-of-body state can be projected beyond the time-space dimension, the more its level of energy output would be enhanced, thus promoting the potential for still further travel. The tentative conclusion to be drawn is that the out-of-body state may be regarded as an extremely effective way of accelerating the process of enhancing consciousness and of interfacing with dimensions beyond time-space. If the practitioner of the gateway technique, here we go again, here's another advertisement for this gateway technique, has a choice of concentrating on achieving and exploiting the out-of-body experience as opposed to concentrating his full efforts on expanding his consciousness exclusively from a physical base, the former would appear to promise much faster and more impressive successes than does the latter. I want to know how much this gateway, the person, is making money off this gateway thing. Like how much money did our military spend on this gateway experience crap?
The Monroe Institute, I don't know how much money is being spent on it, but I know that projects like remote viewing projects and things like that all came out of this because they understand the nature of reality. I mean, just on our show alone, Russell Targ, who was on this project here that we're talking about, I lost my wallet and I couldn't find it for like 3 weeks. And I asked him during a break if he can remote view it, and he said it's in the couch. And, that sounds like a typical response, except for the fact that I went through the couch 10 times. Obviously, that's the first place you look is in the couch, right? Whenever you lose something like that. And during the break, I ran out to the couch. I turned the couch upside down. I took the bottom layer off of the couch, that and there it was right there in the couch. And I'm like, dude, this dude he really knows what's going on here. So he said, what he did, projected his consciousness, and he actually projected it to go back to the moment that I had lost, that I dropped it. So he didn't go looking for the wallet itself. He went to the moment that the wallet was dropped to see where I was, what I was doing at the time.
Right.
Good thing I wasn't on Pornhub during the time.
That'd be embarrassing. Well, and it also makes you wonder, like, if NPCs or if organic consciousness is able to do this as well, where they can remote view people, and that's how they spy on people.
Well, they
and
can.
stuff.
They can. And the collective consciousness of both NPCs and organic put together manifest reality, and they know this. They want to maintain that level of control over reality, and us as organic consciousness, at least me personally, I recognize the danger of NPCs being able to access these parts of themselves because they can manifest a very, very bad reality for all of us, especially when they're working collectively and all this. And that's why I've been opposed to the push to 5D and things like that, because these type of understandings, they're not really 5D understandings. They exist here in our space right now. And we're all capable of all this stuff, but we're the ones as organic consciousness that needs to be the ones that are creating reality around us, because we know that we're going to create a benevolent, balanced reality, because deep in the hearts and the consciousness of every single organic, I think once you remember the raw consciousness, the same message comes out, which is you're in a machine and it's supposed to be balanced, and right now it's completely and totally out of balance. When you operate from that level, you realize that it's about balance. It's about playing the game. It's about playing the game right. It's about learning what we came to learn in this universe, aka university, and going back out and taking these experiences with us. It's only when we're using the brain, it's only when we're using the chakras and things like that, that we get the ego problems and we get all this different stuff that completely just veers us right off the path. But deep down at the heart of things, which is the raw consciousness, your raw consciousness knows. Your raw consciousness is honest. Your raw consciousness is pure. It's not susceptible to any of this stuff. Like, my raw consciousness knew I had to go to the pyramid. I had to go hit the reset button. It knew that's what I came here for. There was no ego involved. There was no fear involved. There was none of the emotions on the spectrum were involved there. I mean, if I would have walked into the pyramid, and I did, and I knew that there was a good possibility that I would die and not come back, if I was operating from anywhere else besides the raw consciousness, I wouldn't have done it. Because why would I walk into a situation knowing there's a high probability of me not being able to walk out of that situation? That's my ego, that's my brain, that's all logical senses going, no, this is dangerous, this is dangerous, this is dangerous. But the raw consciousness knew this had to be done. Not only did it have to be done, but it will be done, and it will be done safely. Like the raw consciousness knew we would get to Egypt. All the doors would open for us. The raw consciousness knew. My logical mind, even going through the experience, we're like, this isn't gonna work. But the raw consciousness was like, shut up brain, shut up chakras, shut up all that. I'm operating this now. I'm navigating through all of this, and boom, the waters came down. Anyways, can you take us to the next part, or do you want me to jump in?
No, I can do it.
Okay.
All right. So number 23, absolute in perspective. Okay. So let's hear the NPCs talk about what they think source is. All right. It may be helpful at this point to pause and recap the major aspects of our intellectual journey from time space to the realm of the absolute. We have spoken at some length concerning the incredibly complex hologram, which is created by the intersection of energy patterns generated by the totality of all dimensions of the universe, time-space included. We have noted that our minds constitute energy fields which interact with various aspects of this hologram to deduce information which is ultimately processed through the left hemisphere of our brains to reduce it to a form that we employ for the process we call thinking. We have implied that this hologram is the finite embodiment in active energy form of the infinite consciousness of the Absolute. It is the title we assign to that vast pool of energy in a state of perfect rest over which the physical universe is layered and from whence it comes. You know how people keep saying, oh, everything comes from source. Nothing exists besides, that which comes from source.
That's an illusion too. At least from our perspective.
From our perspective.
From organic consciousness perspective. Yeah. Both perspectives are right.
Right.
Depending on the observer.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the truth is. It's not in one idea or another. It's not source consciousness or source. It's not that source consciousness is good or evil. It's not any of that. It's based solely on the perspective of the observer. And we, as organic consciousness, understand that source consciousness is something that we created. It's not something that we're a part of.
Right.
Whereas NPC consciousness, they know, and it is true for them,
It is
that
true
they
for
came
them.
from source. So
Right.
everybody's right in this. Every religion is right. Every dogma is right. Every belief system is right. Literally everybody is right. But it doesn't apply to everybody. This is where things are going wrong.
It's not a universal thing.
Right.
Incidentally, to describe this, Bentov uses the analogy of a very deep sea, comparing the still depths of the sea to the dimension of the absolute, while assigning the storm-tossed waves above to represent the physical universe with which we are familiar. The slightly agitated currents of the sea, to be found in between the turbulent surface and the totally still depths, represent energy in the process of either going into rest, i.e. approaching infinity, or coming out of rest. Do you want to talk about from Big Bang to Taurus?
It sounds kind of sexy. All right. From Big Bang to Taurus, working from the widely accepted Big Bang theory, not to be confused with the Bang Brothers theory.
You couldn't resist, could you?
I could not. Working from the widely accepted Big Bang theory, Bentov presents a conceptual model to depict the process of time-space evolution, the relative position of the universal hologram. That hologram is often called a torus, because it is thought to have an overall shape of an immense self-contained spiral.
And it does.
Basing his thesis on recent studies concerning the distribution of quasars, quasi-stellar objects, and operating on the premise that the universe
In the universe,
smaller processes tend to be mirror images of large ones, i.e., the pattern of electrons around the nucleus of an atom mirrors the way planets orbit their suns, and so on. As above, so below. You know, the atoms are doing the same thing as
what they say that
as the supposed planets
Yeah.
are. And, you know, everybody as a child, I think, I mean, at least I did, we had the thought of when we saw the universe and we saw planets and we thought to ourselves, what if our universe is just a cell in another larger body? You know, I think everybody's had those thoughts because the as above, so below principles are embedded in each and every one of us because that's just the way it is. So, basing his theory on recent studies concerning the distribution of quasars and operating on the premise that the universe, that in the universe, smaller processes tend to be mirror images of larger ones, Bentov postulates the following scenario. Taking his cue from the observed capability of quasars to eject enormously concentrated beams of matter in their interiors in a controlled, non-concentrated version of the Big Bang, he envisaged, what is that word?
well, first of all, it's from their interiors in a controlled, non-concentric version of the Big Bang. He envisages a similar process occurring in the generation of the universe.
Oh, okay. What did I say?
Concentrated.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
there's two very different
and
words.
that changes the meaning
Yeah,
completely. So I'm
it
glad.
does.
See, this was an important one to clear up for me. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I love you.
Noting that the galaxies located to the north of our own galaxy are moving away farther than those located to the south, and that those to the east and west are demonstrably more distant, Bentov regards this as substantive evidence that the jet of matter which expanded into our universe has turned back upon itself, eventually forming an ovoid or egg shape.
The cosmic egg that Thoth laid in the ancient Egyptian mythology. The cosmic egg is real.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Sorry.
That's what I was thinking. You know, the story is that Thoth laid an egg, and from that egg, everything
was born.
Including Osiris, Isis, Anubis, Horus, and so on
all
and so
of
forth.
it.
Yeah. Thoth is the organic consciousness that created the machine, along with many others. I think Thoth was like the lead developer, for example. So he sees matter in our universe entering the ovoid pattern following ejection from a nucleus composed of extremely compressed energy through a quote-unquote white hole. At the end of its trip to the far end of the ovoid, he sees it's departing via a black hole. In such a model, time is observed to be a measure of the change which occurs as energy evolves into a new, more complex form as it progresses along the distance from the white hole side of the nucleus around the shell of this quote-unquote cosmic egg until it returns to the black hole. In other words, an energy expelled from infinity and confined within limits by the conscious of the absolute achieves form and motion following ejection from the white hole at the top of the egg. Time begins as a measure of the cadence of this evolutionary moment as reality, quote unquote, goes around the shell of the egg on its journey to the black hole at the far end. So see, even when you get to the absolute, what they're saying is still the absolute. There's a process which again formulates a measurement of time. So to me, it makes sense that time is
linear. It is not circular, and you can't go back or forward in time. I'm sorry. I really don't think you can. I think that you can see what's happened in the past or in the future, or you can see what's going to happen in the future, but I don't think you can actually go there.
Yes.
I think that's completely impossible because of this. You start out, it's created through the white hole. You go through the time, and then you go out the black hole.
So our place.
Our place.
Well,
in
Mark
time.
in the chat said this is an important point, and this seems like the exit process for organic, anyways, to be able to escape the machine. Mark,
Maybe a black hole.
Yeah, if you're feeling that, let me know for sure.
Yeah.
And Ra's back.
He said the black hole has
exploring
these
the Ka with
little
with Ra
hairs.
Castaldo. Ra has the cutest baby
I've
in the
ever
world.
seen in my life.
We're not allowed to show the pictures, but it is the
And I've
cutest
seen some
baby.
really cute ones.
So now Ra is not only exploring the Ka, but with his little baby, he's exploring the Kaka too.
He just had to say it. He had to. He's been waiting to say that for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. So 25. Our place in time. Do you want to take this one?
Yes.
Okay.
25. Our place in time. The observed distribution of galaxies suggests that our particular universe is located near the top of the egg at the point where matter begins to fall back on itself, thus explaining the reason why the galaxies to the north are seen to be moving away more rapidly as they are caught up in the downturn of the stream of matter towards the far end of the cosmic egg. See Exhibit 5, next page. Layered over this cosmic egg is the absolute, which sustains the radiating nucleus from which the original jet of matter issued forth. As the stream of matter moves around the ovoid towards its destination at the black hole, where it will be reabsorbed into the radiating nucleus and then the absolute, it generates the interference pattern within the cosmic egg, which constitutes the universal hologram or torus. Since the torus is being simultaneously generated by matter in all of the various phases of time, it reflects the development of the universe in the past, present, and future, as it would be seen from our particular perspective in one phase of time. By reflecting on this model, it becomes possible to see how human consciousness brought to a sufficiently altered, focused state could obtain information concerning the past, present, and future, since they all exist in the universal hologram simultaneously. In the case of the future, because all of the consequences of the past and present can be seen coming together in the hologram such that the future can be predicted or seen with total accuracy. Moreover,
Wow.
it is possible to see how the implosion of energy patterns would cross and recross to create an incredibly complex four-dimensional hologram or torus in spiral shape in reflection of the multi-dimensional developing pattern of evolution.
Somebody pointed it out in the chat, and I see it now. Somebody said, kind of looks like a DNA molecule. Look at that.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. On the inside.
Yep.
And then the one on the top was what I saw us as in the pyramid.
Yeah, the toroidal field.
The toroidal field, yeah.
It looked similar to this. It was a little bit more
It was,
like pulled up and
it was,
pulled
yeah,
down
it
a little
was
bit more.
a little bit more star.
Yeah, we were the
shaped.
center creating.
That's like if you were looking downwards.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
at
Yes.
it.
If you were looking downwards
Straight
at it,
down.
you would see
Yeah.
a representation like that from what we created. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Wow, this is incredible. You know, I didn't fully read this document before we went on air.
No, we
We
didn't.
got it like an hour before we said, let's go over it on air with everybody here. Because this was, I mean, like I said, if it came from any other source, we wouldn't give it so much credence or weight.
At
But
all.
the fact that it came
Yeah.
from CIA.gov, and we will post that link in the archive of the show, to me was a game changer and showed me that this is a very important thing to get into.
Well, the reason why
Mark actually said that this is going to be the most important work that we've ever done up to this point. So apparently Mark sees a lot more in it.
Well, I see a lot more in it too, and the reason why I say this is because this is everything. This is everything we've been talking about. This is the validation and vindication of everything we're talking about, and it's also a glimpse into what the NPC mind is capable of on its own. Like, how far can the NPC mind go as far as consciousness? What is it capable of doing? And I really think that its end source is this absolute, that's the end game for it, is returning to source.
Yeah.
And so
Alyssa asked, when was it published? June 9th,
1983. Yep. 35 years ago.
Incredible stuff. Let's
I'm almost done.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Moreover, it is possible to see how the implosion of energy patterns would cross and recross to create an incredibly... Oh, I already did that. All of the movements of the energies which comprise the universe leave their mark and hence tell their story throughout time. I think that kind of plays into the Bell's non-local connectivity as well. You know, I don't know if I should go into that right now, though, because I'm tired and I want to get through this.
Well, let's finish this section and then we'll take a quick break.
Okay. You go ahead with number 26, quality of consciousness.
Oh, okay. Well, no. We'll get into quality of consciousness right after a break. We'll just take a quick 2-minute break.
Yeah.
So, we'll be right back.
Carlos, thank you so much. He just donated in the chat. Thank you so much.
Awesome. We love you. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mystery speak again. Bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, want to give a shout out to Carlos in the chat, donated $25. When this started, I expected something entirely different than the rabbit hole it's gone down. Epic show, one of your best. No, he actually says, and your best one. So thank you,
Thank
Carlos,
you.
for that. I'm so glad to hear that this is resonating because it's truth. I mean, you know, this is, like I said, a CIA document that has been confirming everything that we've been talking about. The thing is, me personally, I'm not as eloquent as you know, some of these scientists who are putting this together, but I can tell you the exact same ideas and things like that. But I'm going to deliver it in a different type of style and dialect than the technical stuff that we're getting into tonight with this. But it's awesome. Like, it's so cool. Like, man, I don't have the words for it.
And if we didn't use our discernment, we would be saying, oh, where can we get this technology? Oh, we need to use this. And, oh, you know, it's going to talk about the quality of consciousness. Oh, everything returns to source. Oh, my God. You know, without the discernment, though, we'd be looking at it from a completely different angle.
That is true.
So I don't think that the CIA or the government wants to help anybody. I think that it wants control. And so we have to look at it from that point of view as well, and that they're always trying to sell the collective us on something. So moving along to number 26, because we're about 3/4 of the way through now. Number 26, quality of consciousness. Now, I've read through this a little bit during the break, and I can tell you this is not organic consciousness. This is basically the NPC consciousness and the quality of their consciousness. We noted earlier that the out-of-body state involves projection of a major portion of the energy pattern that represents human consciousness so that it may move either freely throughout the terrestrial sphere for purposes of information acquisition or into other dimensions outside of time-space, perhaps to interact with other forms of consciousness within the universe.
You know what? I hate to do this, but I need to run down and make a cup of coffee. Can you keep it going for a while?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to miss the rest of this, though. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Consciousness is the organizing and sustaining principle that provides the impetus and guidance to bring and keep energy in motion within a given set of parameters so that a specific reality will result. When consciousness reaches a state of sophistication in which it can perceive itself, its own hologram, it reaches the point of self-cognition. Human beings have this form of of elevated consciousness, as does the absolute source. But in case of the latter, it is a function of energy and its associated quality of consciousness in infinity, omniscience and omnipotence in perpetual unity. When energy returns to a state of total rest within the absolute, it returns to the continuum of consciousness in the pool of limitless, timeless perception that resides there. Thus, the more complex an energy system in the material state, the more consciousness it possesses to maintain its reality. Our consciousness, therefore, or their consciousness, therefore, is that differentiated aspect of the universal consciousness which resides within the absolute. It accounts for the organization of the energy patterns which constitute our physical body, but is distinctly separate from and superior to it. Since consciousness exists quite apart from and outside of reality, beyond the bounds of time-space, it, like the absolute, has neither beginning nor end. Reality has both a beginning and an end because it is bounded within time-space, but the fundamental quantum of energy and its associated consciousness is eternal. When reality ends, its constituent energy simply returns to infinity in the absolute. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to return to an absolute. I don't want to get to I think that would be a rather pointless existence to me. There's no, okay, so you're omnipotent and you're omniscient. Okay, great. What do you do with that? What action can you perform with that? You can't, because in this state, there's nothing you can really do. There's no time, there's no space, so you can't move. You can't do anything with that all-encompassing knowledge. I guess you just rest there and just be. I don't know, but I don't feel like that's where organic consciousness returns to. I feel like in an unviral state, the organic consciousness is ejected out of this matrix entirely. It goes to outside of the machine. And that's how it's supposed to happen. But lately, because of the mind wipe and all these other problems caused by the virus, we haven't been ejected properly. And a lot of us are still stuck in this continual cycle, this endless loop of being thrown back into existence here over and over and over again. Oh, I already have some, but thank you. He's so sweet, you guys. So, yeah, basically, baby, they basically said exactly what all these new age people are saying lately, which is, you know, after it's achieved a certain level of consciousness, the human consciousness returns. When the reality ends, its constituent energy simply returns to infinity in the absolute.
And it gets recycled.
It gets recycled. Yep. So.
Wow.
Number 27.
It's blowing my mind just to see confirmation like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very grateful to the person that sent us this link. Because this was, to me, it was a game changer in the sense that things are now being properly confirmed.
Mm-hmm. Number 27, consciousness in perspective. Having ascertained that human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligences in other dimensions within the universe, and that it is both eternal and destined for ultimate return to the absolute, we are faced with the question, so what happens then? Since memory is a function of consciousness and therefore enjoys the same eternal character as the consciousness which accounts for its existence, it must be admitted that when consciousness returns to the absolute, it brings with it all the memories it has accumulated through experiences in reality. The return of consciousness to the absolute does not imply an extinction of the separate entity within the consciousness organized and sustained in reality. Rather, it suggests a differentiated consciousness which merges with, see, there's that word again, merges with and participates in the universal consciousness and infinity of the absolute without losing the separate identity and accumulated self-knowledge which its memories confer upon it. What it does lose is the capability for generation of independent thought holograms.
Ooh, that is key right there. Exactly what we've been saying. When you return to source, you have no more independent thought. You have no identity. You have nothing. Source is a trap for organic consciousness. It is where NPC consciousness naturally goes. That's its natural ebb and flow. Mm-hmm. But for organic, it is a trap.
Huge.
It's right here from the freaking CIA's website, cia.gov.
Mm-hmm. You can no longer create those independent thought holograms because that can only be done by energy in motion.
Yes.
In other words, it retains the power to perceive, but loses the power of will or choice.
Loses the power of will or choice.
That's horrible.
You give up all your power. What are we told?
And all your willpower, all your choice, you give it up.
What are we told? First of all, thank you to
we got
Curious Looking Inside. I love that name. Curious Looking Inside. That's where to look inside. Thank you for the donation.
Thank you so much.
You
lose all your willpower. You lose all choice in the matter, and people want you to merge with this.
Yes, this is the whole push.
This is the whole push right now.
Merge into 5D. Merge with these beings. Merge into this. Merge into that. Return to source.
Return to source. Everything comes from source. When you die, you'll go back to source. That's not true for me.
That's good for NPCs.
Yeah,
but not for organic.
No.
Not for the ones that are trying to get the hell out of the machine.
Right. If you're trying to get out of the machine, then you're obviously organic and you don't need to be playing around with that. In exchange, however, this consciousness participates in the all-knowing infinite continuum of consciousness. So you know everything, but you can't do anything about it. Oh, that's fun. Which is a characteristic of energy in the ever-present. Consequently, it is accurate to observe that when a person experiences the out-of-body state, he is in fact projecting that eternal spark of consciousness and memory, which constitutes the ultimate source of his identity, to let it play in and learn from dimensions both inside and outside the time-space world, in which his physical component currently enjoys a short period of reality. Yes, compared to how long this machine's been running in Earth years, I guess. Our lives are they're less than the snap of a finger. They're infinitesimally small. We have very little time here. I know it feels like a long time, but really 80 to 100 years is nothing in the grand scheme of everything.
True.
So now they're going to sell us on the gateway method once again.
Well, actually, I got this Maya's Bulletin, a communication from the Monroe Institute of Applied Sciences. Again, this is also from CIA.gov. Somebody just sent this in the Facebook Messenger. Actually, it was Haken, the one of our listeners who made a very large donation earlier today. So thank you. Not only is she making the donation, but she's also sending awesome documentation. So the Gateway program purpose. Gateway is dedicated to the development and exploration of human consciousness. It is a system of exercise designed to aid the individual in the improvement of his own consciousness, so that he may know and understand better his higher self, that he may learn and experience profound areas of expanded awareness, achieve and willfully control his physical body and out-of-body states, communicate and visit other energy structures and realities. Originally the M5000 research project, the present Gateway program is a result of over 3,000 test exercises involving 1,932 participants conducted by the Institute over the last 10 years. Assisting in the development of the program have been researchers in many disciplines from various parts of the country. Reports from participants are available in other Institute bulletins. Many indicate significant constructive changes in life, attitudes, and overviews. And it goes into a couple of more things, but I don't really see anything that's... we'll post this link up, too, as well in the YouTube description after the show. So let's get further down to this document, because we're both...
getting kind of tired.
Running a little bit out of steam.
Really,
we're going into 3 hours now.
Number 28 and 29 are focusing on getting the NPCs to a state of consciousness where they can travel to different dimensions, which personally I don't think is a great idea, because when all is said and done, what we experienced in Egypt taught us that archonic beings, lower dimensional entities that are manifestations of the artificial intelligence running this computer, essentially, they like to, the whole reason for MK Ultra and all of that was so that archonic beings could piggyback on people, whether they're NPCs or organic, it doesn't really matter, and piggyback to these higher dimensions because they can't get there themselves. Right. And so I am almost 100% positive that the Gateway method and this hemisync crap is about getting the NPCs to be able to go to higher dimensions, and then they'll automatically allowing the archons to jump
to go on with them, to go up and down with them. Yes.
Right.
Critical Nexus made a $5 donation.
Thank you, Critical Nexus.
Frequent contributor to
He is a frequent
BTV.
contributor.
I mean,
yeah.
it's amazing. And like I said before, we're putting this all in the pot to go to the next activation site, which we have to keep top secret. And I don't know when that's going to be, but I know this for sure. With the BTV people out there, or BTV family, we're going to have more than enough energy in order to activate the second site. So thank you so much. It just hit me today that all these donations that are coming in,
building up.
They're building up to that, and so we've literally put them to the side.
We put them aside.
We're waiting for the. All we need is the raw consciousness to say, now is the time to go to that second site.
Go.
That's it.
And then we're on our way.
And you guys are creating the energy to where there's no question when that moment comes. Go now.
Yep.
We'll have everything the energy's
we need.
right there. Yeah. So, gateway method. Having put the gateway experience in context by postulating a structural outline of how and why it seems to work, and having shown what it is designed to achieve, the time has come to examine the specific techniques which comprise the gateway training process. These techniques are designed to enable the user of the gateway tapes to manipulate the high energy states which can be achieved if the user continues to work with the tapes over a period of time. The amount of time required to reach advanced energy states and to full states. Let me start that over. The technique varies. I'm getting all jumbled up here. The amount of time required to reach advanced energy states and to fully exploit the techniques varies with the individual. The sensitivity of his nervous system, his general state of mind, and the extent to which he may have previously developed facility in related techniques such as transcendental meditation, all are pertinent factors affecting the speed at which he may expect to progress. The gateway process begins by teaching the individual participant to isolate extraneous concerns in the visualization device called an energy conversion box. Next, the participant is introduced to a method of encouraging his mind and body to strive to achieve a state of resonance through utterance of a single tone, a monotonous, protracted humming sound that sets up a feeling of vibration, particularly in the head. He engages in this resonance tuning, as it is called, by humming along with a chorus of such sounds that are contained on the gateway tapes. Following this, the participant is exposed to the gateway affirmation and is encouraged to repeat it to himself as he hears it repeated on the tape. This affirmation is a statement to the effect that the individual realizes that he is more than merely a physical body, and that he deeply desires to expand his consciousness.
How do we know this is all good?
We're talking about mantras here.
Yes, we're talking about mantras and affirmations, guys.
It's not good or bad. It's not good or bad. It's dependent on the intention of the user, or even more so, dependent on the intent of the trainer as well.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
See, if you're not familiar with these methods and these methods are being used on you, then you're susceptible to whatever programming whoever is doing these methods upon you and putting you into these states wants to inflict upon you. Inflict's not a good word, but impose or impress upon you. Now, you take this on a mass consciousness level, like I said before, bring the collective consciousness down to a theta state wave level, and then all of a sudden you've got access to all these different minds here, and you can manifest certain realities like terror and the evil terrorist group ISIS that's cutting people's heads off, and all this stuff, and invading all these different countries and crashing the economy, and literally all this by propaganda, changing the way people think, which then changes the reality. I mean, look how drastically our reality's been changed with the feminist programming, for example. I mean, there is chaos in the freaking streets now because of the feminist programming, and it all started in the mind, manipulating the minds. Like, I just found out today that there is literally something called gender studies classes, and I'm like, I did not know this. Like, I thought that these were all just ideas that these college kids were coming up with, but no, this is being taught in colleges. Now, forgive me for being so out of sync with that type of stuff, but there's legitimate programming now to create the output and effect of reality, the reality that we're seeing right now. So let me take another quick moment to say thank you so much to Auction Will for your very generous donation. He said, "Go now." Aww. I agree with you. Go now to the ancient sites.
To the ancient sites.
It's got to be the right sequence.
The right time.
Something has to happen first before we can go to this other side and activate it. The pyramid, the Great Pyramid, was the first activation. Then boom, 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 boom. When we hit that other point, that other site will need to be activated as well. Right. And I hope that's the only other site, because I don't know how many more of these I can do. But
no, seriously, I don't know.
Yeah, we're in it until we win it.
For the long haul, guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
really
in it
are.
Until we win it. There's no other way to look at this. So, hemisync introduced. Can you take this one, or do you want me to?
After that, he is exposed for the first time. I mean, this even sounds sinister. He is exposed for the first time to the hemisync sound frequencies and is encouraged to focus on and develop a perception of and appreciation for those feelings which accompany the synchronization of brainwaves that results. That sounds very Brave New World to me. Like, oh, he's appreciating these feelings which accompany the synchronization of the brainwaves. Next comes the technique of progressive and systematic physical relaxation, while the hemisync frequencies are expanded to include additional forms of pink and white noise designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind. No, go to sleep, go to sleep. That's what it's doing. It's saying to the left brain, don't think about anything. Just accept whatever's coming in.
And removing that left brain logical processor to make the right brain manifest whatever
they want.
Whatever they want.
Yeah. While raising...
And see, even if you put yourself in these states, like we said earlier, this is not the way to do it. You have to have both levels of the brain, both sides of the brain working together, because you get DMT visions, you get meditation visions, you get all this stuff. But if you're not processing it with the left brain as well as the right brain, then you're just believing everything coming out of the right brain, and you're not discerning the information. You're not going, okay, well, this is part of my consciousness. This is stuff that I brought in with me. I was just watching 9/11 documentaries earlier, so obviously, this is from that 9/11 documentary, and then you remove all that clutter to get to the raw consciousness. That's where you get the information. I don't see anybody doing that.
No.
And it's sad. It seems like Cherie and I are the only people with a voice that are actually discerning the information. Many of you guys and gals out there, I think the majority of you are also doing that as well. But I'm seeing it less and less in people that are out there actually speaking and doing stuff like that. I go through YouTube and I go through all the New Age videos and see what people are talking about and everything. And I don't see people throwing information away because of discernment. They cling on to whatever whatever the hot topics are, and regardless of what the other perspective does. Like the first thing when I come across some gnosis or some truth or something like that, the first thing I do is ask myself, how can I disprove this? If I believe something,
how can I make sure this isn't wrong?
How can I disprove it? Like, how can I disprove it to myself? Not go out, and be a debunker and stuff like that, but how can I disprove it to myself? And if I can't disprove it to myself, then I'm like, okay, this is some truth right here. But you have to go through those steps of trying to disprove it first. Otherwise, you're just falling into BS, which is belief system, and then you wind up stinky.
Even back in the 90s, Terrence McKenna was talking about how because of TV and our culture becoming so, and there's so much New Age crap going around in the circles that even he was in the 90s, he said there are ideas being accepted into our consciousness that should have been left on the cutting room floor. They have no business being in our consciousness, and yet so many people are believing this. And we're not trying to dumb you down with our show. We're trying to teach you discernment with our show. It's not dumbing you down to tell you, hey, watch out what you're doing. These mantras, and stuff like that, they're fine if you're doing them in the right context and if you know exactly what you're doing. And the Kundalini stuff, that's fine, but you got to know exactly what you're doing.
Here's the way I see it. Those who are meant to resonate with Beyond the Veil resonate with it. Everything else is kind of a filter system to filter out those that are not supposed to hear the information. It's to me, it makes sense.
It's wherever you are.
I see everything working together. So The Echo, another donation from The Echo. You rock. Thank you very much. And I think he sent a message in another language, though, and I can't decode the language. No, his name is in another language. Very interesting. So I don't know if it's Arabic or Hebrew, but it's one or the other.
Oh, nice.
Yes. But you know what I love, though, about both languages? That they're written from right to left.
Right to left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or as the way you're seeing it, left to right on my end, but it's right to left. Yeah. The way you see it at home.
All right.
Okay, so... The hemisphinx frequencies are expanded to include additional forms of pink and white noise designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind while raising the right hemisphere to a state of heightened attentiveness. So pay attention, but don't discern. Once all of this is achieved, the participant is invited to envisage creation of an energy balloon comprised of an energy flow beginning at the center of the top of the head and extending down in all directions to the feet. The energy involved in this flow then proceeds up through the body and back out into the balloon pattern again. The energy balloon, which sets up a pattern very reminiscent of the cosmic egg discussed earlier, not only enhances bodily energy flow and encourages early achievement of a suitable resonant state, but it is also designed to provide protection against conscious entities possessing lower energy levels, which the participant might encounter in the event that he achieves an out-of-body state.
So, check this out. I want to kind of jump over to Critical Nexus's comment real quick.
Okay.
Chris has been talking a lot about energy deprivation lately, and I've been walking around like a zombie since July. But now the source is coming back, and my energy levels are increasing. You know what? You are 100% spot on this. Like, I have been feeling the same way. I've just been pushing through it. And when we create these energy fields here at BTV, I feel enlivened again. If you look at the start of the show, I had freaking sinuses going on and all kinds of things like that. And going back a couple of shows too, you'll see at the beginning, I'm like, hey guys, I'm feeling a flu, but I know that I'm going to be feeling much better by the end of the show. So there was a reason for this. If you go back to the video we posted right before this, there was this giant freaking thing that was sucking on the energy of the Matrix. And collectively together with the BTV crew, we did something about this, deployed some firewalls and things like that. I don't want to get too much detail into the story, but I woke up this morning feeling refreshed for the first time. I'm not completely 100% back yet, but or whole, I should say, because I still feel some sinus pressure and things like that. But all the symptoms that I've been feeling over the last 2 weeks, gone this morning.
Yep.
So what you guys and gals did with the meditation, with strengthening the firewall, it's working. And it's working, and you can see it working in people here too. And before we get back on point two, we already said thank you to Echo. I just saw the Echo's donation come up again. So thank you to everybody. And that's why we're pushing so hard to get through this whole document for you in full, because you know, you guys and gals contribute so much energy. We have to give an even energy exchange back to you.
Exchange.
That's what it's all about.
Yep.
And and we don't want to leave you hanging like just half the document and that's it. We're almost there though. We're about 3/4 of the way there. So, yeah. Mrs. Gio, would you like me to proceed, or do you?
Oh, I can go ahead.
What number are we on?
It basically just said that it's the energy balloon prevents lower dimensional entities from attaching to you.
Yes, I know.
But I don't think... But
No. That's the bubble. Remember I was talking about the bubble meditation?
Why would they be
creating
doing
an energy balloon around you? The bubble meditation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I just talked about this in the previous show. It's in the Beyond the Veil Quickie playlist too, about the protective bubble around us and how over the last 2 weeks my bubbles turned gray. And it's supposed to be blue, and I've been now able to start to re-strengthen it and all that. But no, this is the bubble meditation protection thing that I've been working on for 10 years that is now inside of CIA documents as to a way to protect yourself from lower negative energies.
well, I'm just saying they'll
right
admit
here.
that there's lower dimensional entities.
Well, it's not lower dimensional in the sense of demons. Okay, this is what I'm
No.
saying. Everything vibrates at a different frequency.
Right.
So there's entities that are supposed to be working in the background, but they're still part of the matrix. There's entities that are supposed to be working in the higher dimensions, but they're still part of the matrix. I call them unlocking programs. We encounter these different unlocking programs that help us unlock these different aspects of our own consciousness. The ones that I veer away from, as I've said before, are the ones that constantly persist or give me some kind of orders or promise me things that they're going to give me, because they're not giving me anything. I have it all inside of me. You have it all inside of you. It's just a matter of unlocking, and that's it. Once it's unlocked, boom, that part of your consciousness is open. Nothing can relock it again except for you. You can relock it if you want to pile yourself up with a bunch of AI programs and things like that. But everything in the system works the way it should be until it gets infected with a virus.
Right.
then everything is completely and totally out of whack, which is where we're finding ourselves right now. Now there are layers of the dimensions that have been broken, which need to be resealed, and everything needs to go back to the way that it's supposed to be. You know, balance again. Balance system means resealing some of these firewalls that have broken between dimensions, because when the firewalls isn't working around this dimension, for example, you get this big old freaking bug type thing that attaches itself to the matrix and starts sucking energy just because it can. So everything is off balance, but it's going back to a place of balance. But all this is for another show, so please continue.
All right. So number 30, advanced techniques. Having reached Focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor to achieve a state of sufficiently expanded awareness to begin actually interacting with dimensions beyond those associated with his experience of physical reality. This state is called Focus 12 and involves conscious efforts on his part, while additional forms of pink and white noise enter the sound stream being directed into his ears from the gateway tape. Once the participant has achieved this state of greatly expanded awareness, he is ready to begin employing a series of specific techniques or tools, as the Monroe Institute characterizes them, which enable him to manipulate his newly found expanded awareness to obtain practical, useful feedback of value for promoting self-discovery and personal growth. The specific techniques involved are described individually below. A. Problem solving. This technique involves identifying fundamental problems with which the individual wishes to see solved, filling his expanded awareness with his perception of these problems, and then projecting them out into the universe. In this way, the individual enlists the assistance of what the Monroe Institute calls his higher self. In other words, his expanded consciousness, to interact with the universal hologram to obtain the information required to solve the problem. This approach may be used to solve personal difficulties, technical problems in the realm of physics, mathematics, etc., practical administrative problems, and so on.
Technical problems in the realms of physics. That's funny, because that's what we've been doing, is fixing technical problems in the realms of physics.
Yeah, pretty much.
In the realms of quantum physics, actually.
Yeah.
That's what I keep saying. We're the mechanics coming back in here to fix some stuff.
Yep.
The programmers were, there's a bug in our code here. There's a bug in our code. I mean, why do you think we call it a bug in our code? Like,
right.
You know, then all of a sudden this huge bug appears sucking energy, and it's like it's a bug in the system. As above, so below. So
responses to the problem-solving technique may be received almost immediately, but often they come based on developing intuition over the next 2 to 3 days. Frequently, the response comes in the form of a sudden, holistic perception in which the individual suddenly finds that he simply knows the answer in all of its ramifications and completely in context, sometimes without even being able to put his newly found perception into words, at least initially. In some cases, the response may even arrive in the form of visual symbols, which the individual will see with his mind while he is in the Focus 12 state, and which he will have to interpret after he returns to normal consciousness. So I'm losing my voice, so why don't you pick it up with B, patterning.
all right.
Who is that?
It's my niece.
Oh, Cassiana.
Yeah. She learned how to call me on Facebook. So she wants to chat. Patterning. The technique involves the use. Hold on, let me take a little sip of water first.
Yeah, I know. I'm starting to lose my voice. This is a lot of talking.
We're almost done with the document, and then we'll go into the analysis on the next show. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds
And
good.
I know you're getting hungry too.
Aw.
I can feel it, like a splinter in your belly.
Aw.
Patterning. The technique involves the use of consciousness to achieve desired objects in the physical, emotional, or intellectual sphere. This is the important part here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the part about manifesting reality. So this technique involves the use of consciousness to achieve desired objectives in the physical, emotional, or intellectual sphere. It involves concentration on the desired objective while in a Focus 12 state, extension of the individual's perception of that objective into the whole expanded consciousness, and its projection into the universe with the intention that the desired objective is already a matter of established achievement, which is destined to be realized within the time frame specified. So what they're talking about here is the projection of thought into the universe, or what I like to say, into the raw consciousness, then the manifestation of those thoughts here within a specific time frame. This particular methodology is based upon the belief that the thought patterns generated by our consciousness in a state of expanded awareness creates holograms, which represents the situation we desire to bring about, and in doing so, establishing the basis for the actual realization of that goal. Once the thought-generated hologram of the sought-after objective is established in the universe, it becomes an aspect of reality which then interacts with the universal hologram to bring about the desired objective, which might not, under other circumstances, ever occur. In other words, this technique of patterning recognizes the fact that since consciousness is the source of all reality, our thoughts have the power to influence the development of reality in time-space, as it applies to us if those thoughts can be projected with adequate intensity. However, this is key right here. This is what I was talking about earlier. However, the more complicated the objective sought and the more radically it departs from our current reality, the more time the universal hologram will need to reorient our reality sphere to accommodate our desires. So we put our intention out there. And the further it is from where we are now, the longer it's going to take to manifest. So we can't put out these ridiculous intentions, as I said before, of like, well, I want to transform into Godzilla, because I may come back as Godzilla 10,000 years from now and destroy the whole freaking earth. But it's going to happen 10,000 years from now. I just can't go, boom, manifest into Godzilla, for example. But it also has to do with the consciousness, with the thought pattern. I've always said, everybody wants to be a millionaire, right? Everybody does. But I can see in my particular path that if I would have become a millionaire, say in the rave scene in my 20s, I would not have done what I did at the pyramid. I would not be doing what I'm doing at Beyond the Veil. I would not be reaching out to people, helping people, and walking the path that I'm walking on. My raw consciousness, or higher self, however you want to call it, knew that. And so it was creating these blocks around me, because the higher self isn't going to allow something that's going to be self-destructive to itself. So that reality never manifested. However, when you bring your consciousness up to where the two can work together, now your desires are also the same as your raw consciousness desires, then everything begins to manifest. Not only does it manifest, but it manifests very, very, very quickly. So that's one way to look at it. Everybody, the number one thing that people would say is, finances and financial stuff. Oh, I'm in a bad financial situation, this and that. Oh, how come I can't manifest money? How come I can't manifest this? Is your consciousness prepared to handle that kind of money? Is your consciousness prepared to walk that kind of path and still walk it with your higher self? If it is, you can manifest it. If not, you have to work on your consciousness and your sphere around you as well to get to that. So I can say, for example, I want to manifest $1 million. Okay. Well, it's not just going to appear right in front of me because it's so far away from my current reality. But if I try to manifest the thought of what's $1 million idea, I may be able to manifest that thought, then bring that thought into reality by actually developing something and then starting a business, and then it manifests like that. See, this is really powerful stuff that we're dealing with here, but at the same time, if you do it the right way, it will work every time. But you can't have unreasonable expectations because, again, if it's so far out from the current reality, be it the consciousness level or the physical reality, it's going to take the universe that much longer to manifest. So,
right.
However, the more complicated the objective sought and the more radically it departs from our current reality, the more time the universal hologram will need to reorientate the reality sphere to accommodate our desires. Monroe trainers caution against attempting to force the pace of the process because the individual could succeed in dislocating his existing reality with a drastic consequence. Now, you take that drastic consequence any way that you want to take it, But as I said before, our higher self is not going to work against us.
Right.
It's not going to do something that's destructive. So
The raw consciousness isn't going to hurt you. It's
Right.
not going to let you get hurt.
this is powerful stuff. Color breathing.
Color breathing. The next technique is called color breathing and is designed to use the expanded awareness and highly focused attentiveness associated with the Focus 12 state to imagine various colors in a particularly intense and vivid manner so as to use them to resonate with and in turn to activate the body's own energies. Fundamentally, in terms of practical application, it is a healing technique which is designed to restore the body and to enhance its physical capabilities by balancing, revitalizing, and retuning bodily energy flows. It is predicted on the principle that the body's electromagnetic field is capable of altering its resonance pattern so as to entrain energy from the Earth's electrostatic field for its own use. The various colors envisaged in the imagination as part of the technique cue the mind as to which frequencies and what subsequent alterations in bodily energy flow and what specific amplitudes are desired in connection with this entrainment and the subsequent alterations in bodily energy flow patterns. That color has the capacity to affect the human mind is well known, and the effectuality of color in certain kinds of healing is a demonstrable fact. For example,
Now, Ankh boy, long-time listener, always commenting on our stuff. He's like, you guys are reading crap for 3 hours. What the hell? And I'm like, well, it's your fault, dude. You're not telepathic. You can't download the information. So maybe you should work on trying to just download the information and getting the information from osmosis, and we wouldn't have to read stuff for 3 hours. But it takes 3 hours to go over this document. So love you, man. No offense by that whatsoever. But it's, hey, if you want to absorb the information, there's one of two ways. Either read it yourself, one of three ways. Read it yourself, listen to us talk about it, or number 3, get it by osmosis. Level up.
yeah, for example, application of an intense blue light to an area of physical tumescence leads to relatively rapid and easily observable reduction in the swelling, while red and to a lesser extent yellow have quite the opposite effect. However, in the hemisync application of the technique, external light sources are not involved, but rather the mind is the sole agent of the healing and revitalization. D, energy bar tool. Magic wands and enchanted scepters have been part of the folklore and occult practices of many cultures. The scepters, staffs, and maces carried by monarchs and high priests alike occur with such frequency in the history of bygone eras as to suggest that at the very least these items are aspects of some type of archetypal symbol in which the human mind seems to appreciate, perhaps quite subliminally. In any case, the energy bar tool technique involves envisaging a small, intensely pulsating dot of light which the participant charges in his imagination with enormous energy until it is virtually pulsating.
So this is essentially talking about a Dumbo feather. Magic wands, things like that, are nothing more than Dumbo feathers. They're just mere representations of what you're doing within your consciousness. Mm-hmm. So magic spells, putting crystals around, well, maybe not crystals. Crystals do carry an energy.
Yeah, they do carry
energy.
But,
all these different spells.
Magic wands.
I need a love spell. I need this. I need that. The act of doing the spell is what changes the brain as kind of a Dumbo feather. But you can do it without a material object in your hand. You can perform magic without a magic wand. But this is illustrating that an energy bar tool does the same thing to the mind as the mind is already capable of doing. It's just, it's a Dumbo feather. Mm-hmm. Fascinating stuff here.
Yes, remote viewing. In addition, the energy bar tool is used as a portal for initiating a follow-up technique called remote viewing.
I can cover this if you want. I can tell you're getting a little tired.
Yeah.
So, remote viewing. In addition, the energy bar tool is used as a portal for initiating a follow-on technique called remote viewing. In this context, the participant turns his bar of energy into a whirling vortex through which he sends his imagination in search of new and illuminating insights. The apparent purpose of the symbolism involved in the vortex seems to be the cue to the subconscious and convey to it instructions as to what the participant wishes to do. But in terms of nonverbal symbols, which the right hemisphere of the mind is capable of understanding. So it's, again, just prompting the mind to do something the mind is already capable of doing, taking the magic wand, doing it in a spiral type of way. It's not actually the spiral. It's not the magic wand. It's the activation of a part of your consciousness by doing that. It's all subliminal and metaphoric for the consciousness, but you can do all this without the tools. It's just, this is, wow. All right, living body map. This technique provides amplification for application of the energy bar tool as a means of healing specific areas or systems of the human body. So you take the same magic wand, move it around the body, so on and so forth. The configuration of the participant's body is imagined, and then the various major systems, such as the nervous or circulatory systems, are envisioned in appropriate colors within the confines of the outline being held in the imagination. This is how I do energy healing in the ayahuasca state. It's and on other people too. I don't need a magic wand to do this because I'm in the ayahuasca state. And now all of a sudden, things that I'm putting into my consciousness or things I'm envisioning in my consciousness are now able to manifest just like that right in front of me. So I think and imagine, just like here, the body that's in front of me, the spirit body, and I work on the spirit body just like that. This is amazing. The energy bar tool is then applied to energizing, balancing, and healing in whatever manner the participant desires. In the process, the participant visualizes various streams of colored energy flowing out of the tool into the organ system or area upon which the revitalizing or healing application, i.e. being made. Now that I read that line, I do have to say that I do use an energy bar. I use my hand. Because when I'm working on somebody's spiritual body, I'm using my hand as the energy tool. I'm not using a magic wand or anything like that. Or you know what? Sometimes I use the eagle feather.
That's
the eagle feather that's downstairs.
Yep.
And it's all right here in CIA documents. Since colors are the result of different wavelengths of light, which is to say energy at various frequencies, this technique operates on the assumption that as the human body is composed of energy, it can be vitalized and healed through the adaptive application of additional energy, provided that the energy is applied in the appropriate form. So for me, when I do the energy work, either with the eagle feather or with my hand, I'm picturing energy going in, changing the color of that energy that I'm working on, or energy coming out depending on what I'm doing. So, wow. All this, like I said, just came naturally, instinctively from the raw consciousness, and here we go. Focus 15. Remember earlier we talked about a lot of stuff works when you're in the Focus 15 state. So, Focus 15, travel into the past. All of the preceding techniques are conducted at the level of expanded awareness known as Focus 12. Oh, it was Focus 12 actually that we were talking about before. So now we're talking about Focus 15, which is an even deeper state. However, the technique of time travel into the past, and again, I think this is in remote viewing context as well, involves further expansion of consciousness through the inclusion or additional levels of sound on the hemisync tapes. Some of the sound is probably merely an intensification of the basic hemisync frequencies, being designed to further modify brainwave frequency and amplitude. Other aspects of the added sound patterns appear to be designed to provide subtle, almost subliminal suggestions to the mind as to what is desired, by way of further expanded consciousness, so as to support the verbal suggestions and instructions also contained on the tape. Even the instructions are highly symbolic, with time being visualized as a huge wheel in the universe with various spokes, each of which give access to a particular part of the participant's past. So a huge wheel in the universe, with spokes which give each of which give access to a different part of the participant's past. Focus 15 is a very advanced state and is extremely difficult to achieve unless you use ayahuasca. Possibly less than 5% of all participants in any given gateway experience actually fully achieve the Focus 15 state during the course of the approximately 7 days of training. Nonetheless, Monroe Institute trainers affirm that with enough practice, eventually Focus 15 can be achieved. They also state that not only the individual's past history is available for examination, but one who has achieved Focus 15, but other aspects of the past with which the individual himself has no connection may also be accessed. So when you achieve a Focus 15 state, not only can you access things of the past of yourself, but now you can achieve access of the past of somebody else that is not in that Focus 15 state as well. I think that's what is being said here. So we got another donation from Titus Lamb. Greetings from Hong Kong. I think most religion in Asia have suggested the virtual nature of this reality. In Buddhism, there is a famous saying, all phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, and a bubble and a shadow. Ooh. Love ya, Titus. Thank you so much for the generous donation. And also, I would agree with you. The Native American shaman also used to say that this is the dream world and that the world that they would travel to in these altered states is actually the real world. I think we have a lot more in common across the continents than we realize. So thank you very much for the love and the awesome, awesome comment. Now, Focus 21. This is an even deeper state here. The future. The last and most advanced of all the focus states associated with the Gateway Training Program involves movement outside of the boundaries of space-time, as in Focus 15, but with the attention to discovering the future rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has reached a truly advanced level. Except in usual circumstances, it is probably not attainable except by those who have conditioned themselves through long applications of meditation or by those who have practiced long and hard through the use of hemisync tapes for a period of months, if not years. I would go so far as to say that ayahuasca, things like that, can really take you into those states very, very quickly, but it takes you so quickly that you may be in that state and not even realize that you're in that state. And so then things can get jumbled up again, especially if you're not using your left brain to process everything from the right brain and so on and so forth. So, amazing. The out-of-body movement. This remarkable phenomenon has been saved for discussion in detail until last because of the interest which it occasions and special circumstances involved in its attainment. Monroe Institute stresses that the Gateway Program was not established solely for the purpose of enabling participants to attain the out-of-body state, nor does the program guarantee that most participants will succeed in doing it during the course of their training at the institute. Only one tape out of the many which make up the Gateway experience is devoted to the techniques involved in out-of-body movement. Basically, these techniques are merely designed to make it easier for the individual to achieve the out-of-body state when his brainwave patterns and personal energy levels have reached a point that he's in apparent harmony with the surroundings electromagnetic environment, such as that he feels that he has reached the threshold where separation is possible. So one of the tapes kind of puts you in the brainwave pattern and personal energy level. Two very important states, brainwave level and personal energy level, to make the participant feel like he is ready to jump out of his body. So again, it comes right back to the power that's inside of you. And that's what we say. Raw consciousness does not require a savior. It requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. It requires the right brain states. It requires the right knowledge. It requires the right gnosis, so on and so forth. And it requires the right power to access it. To facilitate. I think I skipped a couple of lines here. Basically, these techniques are merely designed to make it, etc., etc. Okay. To facilitate achieving the out-of-body state, Bob Monroe, the founder of Monroe Institute, is quoted in a recent magazine article as saying that in order to assist the participant, excuse me, I have to take a sip of water here.
Do you want me to pick it up?
If you don't mind, that'd be great. My throat
Yeah.
is kind of killing me.
Yeah, I know. Mine was too.
You know, I can talk and talk and talk for hours and hours and hours, but if I'm reading something, it's killer.
It hurts.
Yeah.
To facilitate achieving the out-of-body state, Bob Monroe, the founder of Monroe Institute, is quoted in a recent magazine article as saying that in order to assist the participant, the particular hemisync tape concerned with that technique employs beta signals of around 2877.3 cycles per second. Since 30 to 40 cycles per second is considered to be the normal range for beta brainwave signals, those associated with the wakeful state, it is apparent that the Monroe Institute is convinced that the same heightened state of brainwave frequency output, which promotes altered states of consciousness, is also an important consideration in assisting in achievement.
Slow down just a little bit.
Of out-of-body.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It is apparent that the Monroe Institute is convinced that the same heightened state of brainwave frequency output, which promotes altered states of consciousness, is also an important consideration in assisting in achievement of out-of-body states. The actual techniques employed for separating from the body involve such simple maneuvers as rolling out, lifting out after the fashion of a telephone pole, wherein the individual separates in a rigid head-first manner, such that he finds himself standing at attention at the foot of his physical body and sliding out through either end of his body. Number 32.
Here,
I
can tell you're exhausted.
No, I'm really fine. I just,
okay, so
my throat hurts.
Role of REM sleep. It is important to note that Bob Monroe informed the Gateway class that finished 7th May of 1983 that an ex-trainer of his that was operating in Charlottesville, Virginia, found that he could guarantee out-of-body movements by bringing the participants down to a rapid eye level state of sleep, and then use the hemisync tape techniques. So you bring them down to an REM sleep, basically sleep hypnosis here is what we're talking about. This may very well be a function of the fact that most of it, if not all people, reputedly go into an out-of-body state during REM sleep. REM sleep is the deepest possible level of ordinary sleep and involves complete disengagement of the body's motor cortex functions from the neck down and nearly complete suppression of consciousness in the left brain hemisphere. The effect of this is to put the body in a state of complete stillness so far as the skeletal muscle structure is concerned, thereby further promoting the state of deep rest needed to eliminate the bifurcation echo. So therefore, further promoting the state of deep rest needed to eliminate the I'm never going to remember that word. In addition, it leaves the right hemisphere of the brain free to respond to the instructions and suggestions contained on the Gateway tape. However, use of the hemisync tapes at this point may be less of a factor in actually achieving the out-of-body state than it is a matter of focusing the brain enough so that the residual memory of having naturally achieved an out-of-body state is carried into the waking state. Indeed, it may even be postulated that some dreams associated with deep levels of sleep are in fact functions of the same kind of altered consciousness involved in interactions with the universe that play a role in all of the focus 12, 15, and 21 states described above. So they're basically saying that the dream state is the same type of state that is involved in all of these different focus 12, 15, and 21 states, which tells me that if you can harness lucid dreaming, that may be another route besides ayahuasca to achieve these deeper levels of states and manifest reality. The difference between those states, I'll give you another example of how dream state can affect reality. So I don't mean to put you on the spot here, Mrs. Gio, but she had a dream that I was being very, very mean to her. And so what happened is she woke up from the dream and was pissed off at me. and manifested the reality of the dream, because then I did get a little bit annoyed, and we did have a little bit of an argument and things like that. And I'm like, I didn't even do anything, but it was the dream state that created that reality. What do you think?
Well, in the dream, so I'll just go into the dream then. In the dream, we got mad at each other, and then he left and he went to some European country, and he called me on Skype from somewhere in Europe, and he's in some kind of European city. I don't know if it was Athens or if maybe it was Paris or somewhere like that. And he's standing by this.
I'm horrible in
by this
dreams.
river. Well, he's standing by this river, and suddenly something starts attacking the city that he's in, and
Maybe it was Godzilla that I manifested.
Fireballs are raining down from the sky. There's like some kind of demon flying things that are attacking people, and he's like running away from them, with the phone. And then it switched over to me waking up in this really nice house in, this place that we'd like to live. And, some other things happened that really hurt me, like emotionally. And all I wanted to do was talk about it and, kind of get this off my chest. But he is so convinced that dreams have nothing to do with reality that he's like blowing me off. And so that's
I was
what caused...
I was in the middle of writing a trademark notification to somebody that's trying to use Beyond the Veil. Remember, you walked in, you saw me working on a legal document.
Yes, and so I left you alone, and this didn't even become a problem until yesterday, but anyway.
See, it manifests, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know why? The difference between those states and the condition of the mind is that in REM sleep seems to be that the left hemisphere is almost totally disengaged in the latter experience, such as that of memory, of that which was achieved in the altered states of consciousness cannot usually be retrieved by conscious desire, because the left hemisphere has no knowledge of its existence or its location to the right hemisphere. So there's no logical processing of the dream state, because it's not passing through that left hemisphere logical element of the brain, which is like, well, is this even a possibility? Would fireballs come down from the sky, for example? No, probably not. Would Godzilla manifest? Probably not. Would Chris run off and go to another country and hook up with some Greek girl and call her from an island? Probably not. Because if I did that, I would not be calling you. So I'm just teasing. I would never do that. It's like, the reason it sounds so ridiculous to me is because we're twins, and like, that's why I'm like, oh, I don't know. It just seems a little ridiculous to me because we're twins. And so that nothing like that could ever happen.
Well, like I said on the show today, what was it, 2-3 days ago? I've been having horrible dreams about stuff that I haven't had to deal with for years and years and years. And I got over years and years and years ago. Well, that's what I mean. It's like dreams about horrible stuff that I've already let go of, and all I needed you to do is say, "Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I would never do that to you." That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not laugh at me.
I'll do that. Well, it's funny.
I know it's funny to you, but it's not funny to me.
Oh.
Anyway,
I have different levels. Like, I really think that women should come with like a little thing on their head that lights up into different color moods that they are, so you can know how to interact with them accordingly. So if it lights like red, they're like grumpy. If it lights like, green, then they're Grumposaur. And if it lights like purple, it's Grumposaurus Rex. And if it lights like black, then it's like Grumpzilla. You're like, whoa, stop. I'm gonna turn her thing into black now if I don't shut up.
No.
So, admittedly, some people can be trained to remember their REM state dreams through intense conditioning. You've been subjected to intense conditioning in the waking state, but even that may be a more functional a function of establishing pathways to the right hemisphere, which the left hemisphere can access following re-entry into the wakeful state. That it is an indication of any specific left hemisphere conscious involved in the process during REM sleep.
Yes, so basically it means that the right and left hemispheres of the brain are working together better, so I can remember things on a conscious level.
Ah.
Instead of just waking up going, oh my God, I don't remember what the hell happened, but it was horrible. No, I remember things very, very well. And I think it's all the DMT I've done.
Somebody says this is live. I don't know. How would you define live? If we're experiencing an artificial simulation, would it be considered live? If everything exists within the database itself and everything that has happened can happen, would it be considered live, or is it just your perception that this is live? I don't know. So to answer your question in the chat room there, it's a very complex question. Nikki Colombo's in the house, by the way. Nikki, how are you doing? Much love to you. Our newest host on TFR. She comes on Fridays at 9 o'clock Pacific. So it's the same time slot that we come on Saturdays, but she comes on Fridays. She has great energy. Her first show was just freaking off the hook. People were loving it. Greatest show in the world. Beautiful show. Whatever Trump would say in a situation like this, that's what I would say. So, best show ever. Believe me, best show ever. So, in any event, there are 3 apparent conditions required for voluntarily inducing an out-of-body state in most individuals seem to be, number 1, achievement of a state of profound quiet in the body, such as there's that word again, bifurcation, echo, fades and resonances at approximately 7 hertz is established. Number 2, synchronizations of the 2 brain hemisphere wave patterns. And number 3, subsequent stimulations of the right hemisphere of the mind to attain a state of heightened alertness, which of course interferes with brain hemisphere synchronizations, but not until a sufficient level of enhanced frequency range has first been established to achieve an out-of-body experience. So again, it depends on the brain first, at least from what I'm gathering, and to put it in the proper brainwave, then that synchronizes and sufficient levels of enhanced frequency ranges have been established to help achieve the out-of-body experience.
All right, I can go slow and I can continue with 33.
Hold on. Before we do that, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Because I need a break. I think you need a break too. I think everybody needs a break.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's it right there. All right, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
If you have a golf ball size consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball size wakefulness. But if you could expand that consciousness, then you read the book, more understanding. You look out, more awareness. And when you wake up,
the Godhead is never an object of its own knowledge, just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illumine itself. It's always an endless mystery to itself. If you think that you understand Brahman, you do not understand, and you have yet to be instructed further. If you know that you do not understand, then you truly understand, for the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, and known to those who know it not. And the principle is that any time you, as it were, voluntarily let up control, you have an excess of power, because you're wasting energy all the time trying to manage things, trying to force things to conform to your will. The moment you stop doing that, that wasted energy is available. And therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy available, you are one with the divine principle. You have the energy. When you're trying, however, to act as if you were God, that is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and you have to keep everybody in line, you lose the divine energy. Because what you're doing is simply defending yourself. So then, the principle is, the more you give it away, the more it comes back. Now you say, I don't have the courage to give it away. I'm afraid. And you can only overcome that by realizing, you better give it away because there's no way holding on to it. The meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving constantly, that we're all falling apart, We're all in a process of constant death. See, that fact that everything is in decay is your help, because there's nothing to hold on to.
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. Glowbusters is in the house. What's up, Glowbusters? Yeah, we're going to put that link to the document in the description of the video. It's just, I keep copying and pasting it into the chat, but it comes from CIA.gov, though. So people are asking in the chat, is this live? And again, the question I would pose to you is, what is live? I think we've been able to alter the reality so much that there's like 5 people in there going, is this live? Oh my God.
Is this actually happening now?
Is this actually happening now? Like right now?
Is this now? Am I here? Do I really exist?
What is the nature of reality? Wait, is time linear? Is time all happening at the same time? I love it.
I've got David King asking like the weirdest questions and like coming to the weirdest conclusions. He's like, it's not bifurcation, it's bifurcation. I'm like, oh my God, dude. You want to take that and negate everything else that we've anyway. I love you, David. You're awesome. Okay.
So, anyways, we have too much fun on the show. And we do need to wrap it up, but I don't want to wrap it up until we get through this entire document here.
All right. So,
did you hear that sigh?
No, I didn't sigh. Did y'all hear a sigh? I don't think you heard a sigh. I didn't even let out a sigh.
Give us a donation if you heard a sigh. If you did not, then give us a bigger donation. How about that? All right. I'm just kidding on that. You can just give us a thumbs up. And
yeah, I guess thumbs up.
If you didn't hear the sigh, give us a comment. How about that?
There we go.
All right. Information collection potential. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing. Everybody's like, is this live? Is it live? And we just completely just fucked their reality up. People are funny. Somebody was like, oh my God, I can't believe Chris just insulted Seven Bomar. And I'm like, I didn't say a single word about Seven. What the fuck are you talking about? Bomar. People are nuts, man. Like, it's crazy. Anyways.
Oh, and well, David King was like, I cannot believe you believe in flat Earth. How dare you put that on your that garbage on your website? How dare you? I'm like, oh my God. Were you not listening at all? And he's like, no, I had you muted, and I turned to your video and I saw a big, flat Earth thing, and I'm like, okay,
our stuff is kind of advanced.
Yeah, you gotta actually be
it's
listening.
like not everybody's gonna get it. We get that, but you'll get it sooner than later, though. No worries about that. So, information collection potential. The information acquisition potential associated with the out-of-body state seems to attract the most attention from the standpoint of developing practical applications for the gateway technique. Unfortunately, although the out-of-body state can apparently be achieved by many people without excessive expenditure of time or effort, the purposes to which it can be put are currently limited to the fact that although individuals in that state may travel anywhere on an instantaneous basis in either the terrestrial or in other spheres. Oh, and other spheres. Dun, dun, dun. Now the flat earthers are going to throw tomatoes.
We're just going to piss everybody off.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious to me. Anyways, all right. I'm going to bring myself back to center here so we can get through this. Unfortunately, although the out-of-body states can be apparently be achieved by many people without excessive expenditure of time or effort, the purposes to which it can be put are currently limited by the fact that although individuals in that state may travel anywhere on an instantaneous basis in either the terrestrial or in other spheres, information distortion in the former context remains a major concern. So, even though you can travel, just information can get distorted. And that's why, again, going back to the idea of using your discernment, discerning the information, digesting the information. What are you grinning about over there?
Oh, nothing. I was just reading some of the comments.
Okay. To date, according to one of the trainers at Monroe Institute, numerous experiments have been conducted involving persons moving from one coast to the other in the out-of-body state to read a series of 10 computer-generated numbers in a university laboratory. Oh, wow. So they conducted an experiment where people on the other side of the country were going to go read computer-generated numbers. Although most have acquired enough of the digits to make it clear that their consciousness was present, none have ever succeeded in getting all 10 correct. This is kind of revealing here because I've always wondered, well, if people are really psychic and can see the future, why can't they predict the lottery? That's one of the big things that people say, the naysayers. This right here is saying that even though they have proof that the people were there viewing the numbers came back distorted, but the numbers were close enough to say, no, these people were really there. They really saw the numbers, but the information was coming back distorted. This seems to be a function of the fact that physical reality in the present is not the only holographic influence which individuals may encounter in an out-of-body state. There are also energy patterns left by people or events occurring at the same physical site being viewed, but from the past rather than the present. Oh, this is key. So when you're remote viewing, you're not necessarily, or even out-of-body experiences, traveling to a state. Like if I want to travel from here to Texas, right, and go to my brother's house, I can travel from here to Texas in the out-of-body state, but I won't be reviewing the present. Rather, I'll be reviewing a piece of the past, which leads me to believe that the consciousness is not actually traveling to the state of Texas, but rather it's traveling to the database to pull out information about what was happening in the state of Texas during the past. Fascinating stuff here. In addition, since thoughts are the product of energy patterns, and energy patterns are reality, it may also be possible that individuals encounter thought forms while in an out-of-body state which might mingle with physical reality and are not easily differentiated. Finally, as Michelle Yeager writes, there is another potential problem area in the sense that holograms can be viewed pseudoscopically. That is to say, inside out or backwards, just as well as they can be in the proper perspective. So not only can images from an out-of-body experience come through distorted, numbers out of sequence, but they can also come out completely backwards like a mirror image. This is getting deep here. Some of the distortions occurring may ultimately prove to be traceable to this cause, because in an out-of-body state, an individual may perceive the holographic energy patterns given off by people or things interacting in time-space reality in somewhat of a distorted form. Ooh, so leaving the body in and of itself, again, back to what I was saying. You've got to use your discernment with anything you do, whether it's meditation or ayahuasca or anything like that. You've got to discern the information. A lot of people are not discerning the information. Instead, they're just getting whatever and then spitting it out with no thought, no nothing like that. Would you like to handle number 34?
Yes.
Little twin?
Number 34, belief system considerations. In 1967, Alexandra David Neal and Lama Yongden wrote a book called Secret Oral Teachings in Tibetan Buddhist Sects, from which the following quote is taken. "The tangible world is movement, say the masters, not a collection of moving objects, but movement itself. There are no objects in movement. It is the movement which constitutes the objects which appear to us. They are nothing but movement. This movement is a continued and infinitely rapid succession of flashes of energy, in Tibetan Sal or Shug. I'm sure somebody's going to correct me on that pronunciation. All objects perceptible to our senses, all phenomena of whatever kind and whatever aspect they may assume, are constituted by a rapid succession of instantaneous events. The classic description of the universal hologram is to be found in a Hindu sutra, which says, "In the heaven of Indra, there is said to be a network of pearls, so arranged that if you look at one, you see all the others reflected in it." I have cited this quotation because it shows that the concept of the universe, which at least some physicists are now coming to accept, is identical in its essential aspects with the one known to the learned elite in selected civilizations, and cultures of high attainment in the ancient world. The concept of the cosmic egg, for example, is well known to scholars familiar with the ancient writings of the Eastern religions. Nor are the theories presented in this paper at variance with the essential tenets of the Judeo-Christian stream of thought. The concept of visible reality, i.e. the created world, as being an emanation of an omnipotent and omniscient divinity who is completely unknowable in his primary state of being. The absolute at rest in infinity is a concept straight out of Hebrew mystical philosophy. Even in Christian concept of the Trinity shines through the description of the absolute as presented in this paper. The description of energy totally at rest in infinity fits the Christian metaphysical concept of the Father, while the infinite self-consciousness resident in that energy providing the motive force of will to bring a portion of that energy into motion to create reality corresponds with the sun. This is so because in order to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. That hologram is a mirror image of the absolute in infinity, still exists outside time and space, but is one step removed from the absolute and is the actual agent of all creation, all reality. And the eternal thought or concept of self, which results from this self-consciousness, serves the... It stops there, but then it goes to number 37.
Interesting. There's a page missing from here.
Yeah, there's a page missing.
Let's see, what page number? So we're going from page number 24 to... The rest don't have page numbers.
Yeah, it's weird.
Huh. So there seems to be a missing piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah.
Very interesting. But we're almost done.
No, well, it's not that. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the fact that they basically just admitted that Source and Yahweh and, the all and the absolute are all the same thing.
Here, there's something in the chat room that I want to address. So, people are saying that you can achieve these states of consciousness without ayahuasca. Prove it. But do this first. Drink a brew of ayahuasca with 400 grams of mimosa. Mm-hmm. Do it. Do that first. Then achieve those states without ayahuasca. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's saying, okay, well, I'm going to drink a brew of 400 grams of mimosa and then achieving those states afterwards. It's only people saying, oh, well, I can achieve those states, but they're too afraid to drink a brew of 400 grams of mimosa. Now, I'm not saying that anybody should drink 400 grams of mimosa because it's very dangerous and it can result in something bad. So I'm not promoting that anybody does that, but I'm saying that I've done that. And so, you want to come at me and tell me that you can do all this and that and blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, first you show me that you can do what I do, okay? Before anything else, show me that you can do. Show me you have the balls to drink a brew of ayahuasca brewed for 12 hours with 400 grams of mimosa. Then we'll talk. Until then, sorry, I just can't believe you. So
moving on to number 37, motivational aspect. It is a step-by-step procedure which involves repetitive practice of the techniques concerned, using each new insight as a means of penetrating farther during the next practice session.
Oh, and in the Great Pyramid on top of that.
Oh, yeah, in the Great
Pyramid, because somebody's like, 400 grams, damn, yeah, do that in the sarcophagus, of the King's Chamber.
Yeah.
Then come and talk to me.
Yeah, you got to actually be in the sarcophagus while you do it.
I ain't buying your bullshit.
Right. But the rate of progress is so much faster with the gateway approach than it is with the transcendental meditation or other forms of mental self-discipline, and its horizons seem to be so much wider that the discipline needed to practice it would seem to be within the means of even the impatient.
Oh, okay. Now, I'm sorry. Globebusters jumped in and said, "Can it be done with 400 grams in a bong hit?" Now, if you put, so 400 grams of mimosa has about 4 grams of DMT in it. Okay, this is hardcore. If you do a 4-gram hit of DMT, dude, you are the fucking man. You are the top dog master of the freaking universe. But no, because smoking it is different than drinking it. So just the caveat there, man. No, I don't think it could be done. I think it would be impossible, first of all, to smoke 4 whole grams like that. I mean, you smoke a couple of hits and you're gone. You can't even, the bong doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah,
But if you do that, I will herald you as the master of the freaking universe. So anyways.
I had 4 hits the other night and I almost dropped the bong and fell backwards. So no, I don't think you could even do 10 grams.
All right, so let's go.
All right. But the rate of progress is so much faster with the gateway approach than it is with transcendental meditation or other forms of mental self-discipline, and its horizons seem to be so much wider than that the discipline needed to practice it would seem to be within the means of even the impatient, result-oriented, skeptical pragmatist of our society. Unlike yoga and other forms of Eastern mental discipline, gateway does not require the infinite patience and total personal subservience to and faith in a system of discipline designed to absorb all of the individual's energies over most of a lifetime. Well, neither does DMT. Rather, it will begin to, and I know that with DMT, nothing's trying to brainwash me. Rather, it will begin
Well,
to
not
produce,
only that, but, I think it's important to note that there are various different states as outlined in this documentation here.
Yeah.
So, sure, you can achieve altered states of consciousness without DMT. Absolutely.
Right. Oh, yeah.
This is what
Altered states of consciousness.
This is what this document is saying.
Yeah.
But it's not the same state of consciousness as you achieve when you drink 400 grams of mimosa hostilis in the sarcophagus of the king's chamber. So,
No.
I'm not discounting anybody's experiences. I'm just saying they're not equivalent to 400 grams of mimosa, because if they were, then everybody would be freaking drinking 400 grams of mimosa.
Right.
But most people are too afraid to drink 40, much less 400.
Rather, it will begin to produce at least minimal results within a relatively short time, such that enough feedback is available to motivate and energize the individual to continue working with it. Indeed, the speed with which an individual may expect to progress seems less of a function of the number of hours spent practicing than it is a question of the speed with which he or she is able to use the insights gained to release anxieties and stresses within both the mind and the body. These points of energy blockage seem to provide the principal barriers to achieving the enhanced energy states and focus of mind needed for rapid progression. The more compulsive energy states the more compulsive, the more uptight the individual may be at the outset, the more barriers he or she will initially encounter to achieving a deep or immediate experience. But as the insights begin to come and the blockages begin to dissolve, the way ahead becomes increasingly clear, and the value of gateway moves from the status of a matter of intellectual assessment to one of personal experience. 38. Conclusion. There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Intuitional insights of not only personal but of a practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations. However, a phased approach for entering the gateway experience in an accelerated mode would seem to be required if the time needed to reach advanced states of altered consciousness is to be brought within more manageable limits from the standpoint of establishing an organization-wide exploitation of gateway's potential. The most promising approach suggested in the foregoing study involves the following steps. A. Begin by using the gateway hemisync tapes to achieve enhanced brain focus and to induce hemisphere synchronization. B. Then add strong REM sleep frequencies to induce left brain quiescence and deep physical relaxation. C. Provide hypnotic suggestion designed to enable an individual to induce deep auto-hypnotic states at will. D. Use auto-hypnotic suggestion to attain much enhanced focus of concentration and motivation in rapidly progressing through Focus 12 exercises. E. Then repeat steps A and B following use of the auto-hypnotic suggestion that an out-of-body movement will occur and be remembered. F. Repeat step E to achieve facility in gaining out-of-body states under conscious control. Ultra-hypnotic suggestion to stress ability to consciously control out-of-body movement and maintain it even after REM sleep state ends. G. Approach Focus 15 and 21 objectives, escape from time, space, and interact within new dimensions from the out-of-body perspective. H. Use
I don't think we need to go over these.
I just say, stick it in the pipe and smoke
All right,
it.
stick it in the pipe.
Smoke it. Or, I mean, I don't know. It's basically just going through the steps of everything we just talked to. If these experiments are carried through, it is to be hoped that we will truly find a gateway to Gateway and to the realm of practical application for the whole system of techniques which comprise it.
MD Langenheim. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for the love in the chat room as well for the donation.
Another
you
donation.
rock.
Thank you.
So we have gone through this entire document here. Finally, 4 hours and 20 minutes into it. How appropriate that it's 4:20 time now. I know the little twin is tired, so we're going to take one more quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to wrap it up, give you some thoughts, and then on this Saturday show, we'll get into the Book of Revelation, and we might expand upon this too. I mean, I want to expand a little bit of what we've talked about here, but in the meantime, I don't want to keep the show going too much longer because I do have to feed the little twin. So, what's a good clip to play here? I think we've played our Alan Watt clips. Maybe not. We'll try this one.
Physiologically, we are very much the same as we were 20,000 years ago. And that we are using fundamentally the same equipment as the Aurignacian man to produce incredibly different results. That we have, in the course of these 20,000 years, actualized an immense number of things which, at that time and for many, many centuries thereafter, were wholly potential and latent in man. And this, I think, gives us reason for tempered optimism in regard to the future. I think there are still a great many potentialities of a desirable kind for rationality, for affection and kindliness, for creativity, are still lying latent in man. And it may be, since everything has speeded up so enormously in recent years, it may be that we shall find methods for going almost as far beyond the point where we have reached now, to go beyond it as far as we have succeeded in going beyond our Aurignacian ancestors in 20,000 years. Neurologists assure us that no human being has ever made use of more than perhaps as much as 10% of all the neurons in his brain. If we set about it in the right way, we may be able to produce extraordinary things out of this strange piece of work that a man is.
Cries of the mystery speak again. Bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only raw consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only raw consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. We'll give you some thoughts on this document here found on CIA.gov. Once again, we'll post the link to the full document in the description. If you're watching the archives, you can find the link in the description. We can get into the topic of DMT because somebody asked, how to do it, when to do it, things like that. So we can tell you from our experiences. And yeah, I'm just, I'm at a point now to where I've gone so deep into these experiences that I really don't, I don't care what people think. They come at me and go, well, I can achieve these states and blah, 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 blah. And I don't hold back anymore. Before I used to go, oh yeah, maybe you could and this and that. But I've seen where I've seen beyond the veil. And no, I'm not as egotistical to believe that I can go to the outer depths of consciousness without a freaking rocket ship. My ego is just not that big. It's just simply not. Like, I understand the power that's inside of me, and yes, it is a huge power, but it's not that big. It's not big enough to be able to go to the bottom of the ocean without a submarine. It's simply not. My ego is not that inflated.
No.
And so I'm just going to call things out for what they are. People tell me they can achieve these states without DMT. That you're achieving states, no doubt about that.
Right,
And
you're going somewhere.
we've just gone over all the different states that you
Yeah.
that you can achieve without DMT. But going to the same place that DMT takes you, that's ego, 100% ego. It's believing that you can go to the depths of the ocean without a submarine. It's just, it's silly to anybody that has actually been in a submarine and has gone to the depths. It just sounds silly. So that's the response that you're going to get from me from now on. And if you don't like it, well,
Too bad.
sorry.
Too bad.
Sorry. And I'll believe you. I'll believe that you can do it if you sit down and drink 400 grams of mimosa. Like, I'll drink it and then tell me you can get to those states, and then sure, I'll believe you after that. But it always comes from the people that don't. It always comes, like, I can give you two examples: George Kavasalis and Max Egan on our show. They used to say the same thing, and then they did ayahuasca and came back and said, nope, two different places, completely different places than all of this. Somebody else said, well, DMT is like a training wheels and blah, 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 blah. They have to come off at some point. Again, two different places. We're talking about riding your bike on the sidewalk versus going down into the depths of the ocean, okay? You can't take the training wheels off and then take your bike down into the depths of the ocean. It's two different vehicles completely meant to traverse two completely and totally different terrains of consciousness.
Right.
So, it is what it is, and I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. I'm sorry if that bruises your ego. I'm sorry, all of that. Actually, I'm not really sorry because that's, your own crap to deal with. But, yeah, I'm just... You get to a point to where you understand who you are, you understand your raw consciousness and all this, and that artificial humility that comes along with the opposite spectrum of the ego. So you've got the overinflated ego, then you have the opposite end of the ego, which is this false humility.
Yeah.
You come to a place of balance and you walk in balance now. Now you're
middle.
sure of who you are. Now you're sure of your identity. You're sure of your raw consciousness and all of that. And, the ego programming doesn't go up and it doesn't go down either into this artificial humility, like, oh, well, I don't recognize my own power, and maybe I need to give my power over to these beings, and I need to get my information from these, Palladians, they know better, and this and that. You become sure of yourself, and you walk the middle path. So that's up to this journey, the realist and rawest place that I've ever been in this journey. The ability to tell somebody I love you and really mean it. And at the same time, the ability to tell somebody, go fuck yourself and really mean it. It's the middle path. It's about knowing when to tell somebody you love them and when to tell somebody to go fuck themselves. So when to do DMT. I think that the difference here is that you've got two different types of DMT. You've got, there are two different types of DMT. There's NN-DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT. But that's not the context that I'm speaking in. You have smoke DMT and you have ayahuasca. Ayahuasca takes you slower. It's a much more gentle experience and allows you to take in much more of the molecule. So you can travel at a slower, gentler pace. Whereas DMT smoked is like a freaking blast off rocket ship into hyperspace. Like, you don't exist anymore. Nothing exists. There is only hyperspace. This dimension is just dissolved in front of you if you take enough while you're smoking it. But it happens so quick over the course of 10 minutes that you're like thrown out of your body so quickly. You're like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know where I am. Am I dead? What's going on? Who am I? What's my name? All of this. And then by the time you remember, oh, wait, I smoked DMT, you're already back in your body. So you can't really process the information that you're getting from there. That's why I like ayahuasca. Now, we used to not drink on the full moon because I found that we drank on the super moon. I know that Glowbusters was hanging out with Jaron and with that crazy guy who has the NASA channel, whatever his name is. The guy that's always,
I don't even remember his name.
Yeah, whatever his name is. But they were all hanging out at Jaron's house during the supermoon. On that night, we were over here drinking ayahuasca. The pull of the supermoon was like being underneath the lights at Walmart on ayahuasca. It was just like this energy that was just like hitting, making things all funky and all of this. So we usually don't drink on a full moon. However, at the Temple of Isis, we did our ceremony under the full moon because that was when the door was open for us. We look at cosmic alignments, we look at different things like that, and then we make our determinations of how the energy feels. Over the last 2 weeks, the energies have been horrible. There's been this thing that's been sucking on the side of the matrix that has been sucking the energy, and we were able to create a firewall and do all of this. People are feeling much better now since we did this. We, as in the BTV people. However, I knew instinctively the energies are not right for DMT right now. Cherie smoked last week, and you saw this bug that was sucking the energy, and she didn't tell me anything about it. She just went upstairs.
Well, because he was sick. At the time he was sick with this ascension flu stuff. I thought by, doing this that it would help with the ascension flu stuff. And he was asleep and he was sick, and I didn't want to mess with him while he was sick and asleep and say, oh, by the way, I did something that was really stupid, and you would probably, not be as supportive as you would be if I just waited until the morning to talk to you about it. And so it was an awful experience, and it's actually the first awful experience I've ever had on DMT. And so, I can thank, knock on wood, it's the only bad experience I've ever had. And it was only because there was this entity there that was literally, it wasn't like an octopus tentacle that was coming down. It was an octopus, but it was like the mouth part was coming down to try to suck on me and suck me up. And I'm like, ugh. And I didn't like it at all. I ran downstairs.
Well, I was seeing
grabbed some water.
I was seeing this thing over the course of the 2 weeks in my third eye, because people, what you were saying is, well, DMT's, the training wheels and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, I've been working with it for, 10 years now. And yeah, I have 1 foot in and 1 foot out all the time. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to drink it again. It doesn't mean that I can't go in and work on my frequency ranges and stuff like that. And it doesn't mean that I can't achieve similar states to be able to perceive things in the outer realms without the use of DMT. I mean, that's completely and totally, just some ego bullshit that people throw out. Like, oh, well, why do you need it? And it's like, well, I'm already there. Like, I drink it whenever I feel that I need to go deeper or deeper or deeper than I am in the normal day-to-day life. But I can tell you this, I'm definitely 1 foot in and 1 foot out all the time. I was able to perceive this thing without DMT and see the matrix and so on and so forth. But I can't put myself into a DMT state without it. It's ridiculous to think that I can. Anyways, I saw this thing, but I didn't say anything to anybody about it because I wasn't quite sure. Because I was like, well, I'm seeing this big old thing, but I'm not quite sure. But I've only drank ayahuasca once since we got back from Egypt, and we drank in Egypt. So it's not, it's one of those things like you put in the work, but I think what happens with people is that it's an ego thing. Like they're scared to sit down and drink it.
Yeah.
And so they want to go, well, I've already gone through the process, or I'm already at college level, but I haven't gone through the process of getting there. And so it's illusionary. It's like, it's illusionary and ego that the New Age likes to do. And that's why they hate psychedelics. That's why they hate people like us, because we're the real deal. We've actually done the work. We've gone through the trials and tribulations. We've gone through the fire. We've gone through the mud. We've gone through it all. And here we are standing as the real deal. And when we stand next to them, then their illusion that they've set up around themselves starts to crumble, not only to other people, but most importantly, it crumbles to themselves. And so then we get people like we had in the chat earlier, which I'm sure these people left because, again, they're standing next to the real deal. And it's not always a fun experience. It's not like, you deprogram yourself. You go through all your trials and tribulations. You unlock parts of your consciousness. You unlock, and parts of your consciousness include suppressed memories and stuff like that. And people are scared to death to deal with this. Like I was just contacted by somebody the other day, and they were like, oh yeah, I went to the 13th dimension and I activated the pyramid in Illinois and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, really? I'm like, cool. So what happened? And she's like, well, I was there and I meditated and I did this and that. And I was like, cool. Did you see any 3-dimensional, manifestations of what was going on in your experience? She's like, no. And I'm like, well, did anything happen? Did it rain? Did, something in the 3rd dimension, was there a physical change in the 3rd dimension? No. And then she goes, it hailed later, but I didn't make a connection there. And I'm like, well, it always hails in freaking Illinois. So, when you go and there's a 3-day historic freaking flood that manifests as a result of the energy work that you're doing, I think that's 3D confirmation that there's something hardcore going on there. Not once, not twice, 3 times, 3 different temples that we were at. So then I get to talking to her, right? And then I realize what she needs. I realize what she's actually reaching out to me for. She reached out to me with this New Age ego, first and foremost. And so obviously I was like, hey, go fuck yourself, because that's just my response to somebody's ego, to somebody's New Age ego. But as she started talking to me, then she started telling me that she's suffering from depression, that she's suffering from a bunch of traumas, that when she was 14, she was raped, and she just started unloading all this stuff on me. Then she started telling me she's on 22 different medications and all kinds of stuff. And she's like, I don't understand why you do ayahuasca. And I'm like, here's the whole reason right here. You see,
I don't take
the
any.
22 medications that you're on, all the traumas. You're a 55-year-old woman, and you're still tripping about something that happened when you were 14 years old.
Right.
Obviously, you did not clear all that. If you didn't clear all that, well, then it's still in your consciousness, and it's still blocking your way. And so that's why you're carrying around all this baggage, and then that's why you're coming to people like me and telling me that I'm full of shit. But then when I start talking to you, I realize that it's not that you're full of shit. Well, you are full of shit, but you're full of shit because you haven't dealt with your shit.
Right.
So that's where the ayahuasca comes in. That's where the DMT comes in. It's the deconstruction of the self. It's the deconstruction of the ego. But as I've said before, the ego and ego loss, that's what people are aiming for. And that's, people don't actually achieve that if they're still responding with these different types of responses. But they're always looking for healing. They're always looking for ego loss. They're always looking for all of that. But nobody stops to think, because very few people achieve it. Well, what happens after you've achieved those states? what's the next level after that? The next level after that is understanding who you truly are. Then when you understand who you truly are, then you become confident in who you truly are. So then it's an ego, but it's not a psychedelic ego. It's not a new age ego. It's the ego of your true self that you start operating from, which I call the raw consciousness. And then you become a warrior. And then from that point on, you're sure about yourself. And you're like, okay. And then people are like, oh, that's ego. No, I know exactly who I am. It's experience. So at what state would you prefer me to be? In some state of being completely, totally lost, not understanding who I am, still wondering, oh, I'm a traumatized victim. I need all this healing. Oh, I need to get to a point of ego loss and all this. That's the first elementary levels, and then at some point you have to become something.
Right. You have to evolve from that point.
Right. Otherwise you're stuck in a perpetual cycle of not knowing who you are.
Right.
But if you work long enough, if you work hard enough, if you're intentful enough, then you remember who you truly are. And then all that just kind of falls to the wayside. All the spiritual ego stuff and ego traps and literally all of that. PGTT. How do I know that what I'm smoking is pure? Where is it harvested from? If smoked, how many can I do in a row? I take pain meds. Should I fast? Thank you for the donation first and foremost.
Thank you.
It's very difficult because we're in a position to where we talk about ayahuasca. So we can't talk about where to get the materials and things like that, because it could be taken and then twisted around into some weird legal stuff and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this, the materials are 100% legal.
Yeah.
If you Google, you'll find all the information out there on how to extract it, how to make ayahuasca, things like that. Pain medication, and how do you know what you're smoking is pure? You extract it yourself.
You make sure that
you extract it yourself. Don't buy DMT from anybody.
No.
Just look up extraction techniques out there. If somebody's trying to sell you DMT, then it's probably either not real or I don't think DMT should be sold. I don't think ayahuasca should be sold either.
I don't think you should trust somebody that's selling you DMT.
Yeah, you should. If somebody gives you ayahuasca and they're like a shaman and this and that and blah 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 blah, you should take care of them for sure. I mean, it's an equal energy exchange. It takes 12 to 15 hours just to prepare the brew, much less the time that you spend with them in the evening, them taking care of you, doing all that stuff. That's worth time, energy, money, things like that. But it's people that are selling DMT for profit and stuff like that. First of all, I've never heard of it, but if that is going on, it's a complete and total disrespect to the molecule itself.
Yeah, it is.
But then again, why I say hashtag become your own shaman is because when you sit down and just shut up and just listen to the plants instead of listen to some shaman or listen to some guru or listen to, anybody like that, then you're in that state completely by yourself. You're not open to external influences. You're not open to any of that. And then there's a lot of stuff you got to work out within yourself. But at the same time, you're working it out within yourself and you're speaking to the plants directly. This is the way that I got to where I am now, is working with the plants directly.
Right.
No outside shaman, no counselors, no nothing like that, no guides, no nothing like that. It was just me and the plants, and that's it. And that is the purest, rawest way that you can do it. But a lot of people aren't comfortable doing it like that for one reason or another. But the thing about DMT too is one of the reasons why people shouldn't sell it is because you have to go research it.
Yes,
you need to research it. You need to understand
Yeah.
what you're doing, and part of that research is going to lead you to how to extract it, how to make it. You go through the process of extracting it. You go through the process of brewing the ayahuasca. You go through all that process, and then you've put a lot of energy into the experience.
Right.
So you're not going to do the experience like you would if you bought a bag of cocaine, for example.
Right.
You're just like, oh yeah, I just bought this bag. Okay, screw it. There's a lot of energy that goes
Yeah.
into it, and so the more energy that you put into it, the more you're going to get out of the experiences.
Right.
So it's sacred for that, it should be kept sacred for that reason. And so I would say never, ever, ever buy DMT and brew your own ayahuasca, just for those two reasons. Put the energy in to research how to make it, put the research in on how to brew it, put the research in on what the best space is for you, listen to your intuition, things like that. And then after you've exerted all of that energy and intention into the
It'll mean
experience,
so much more
it
to
will
you.
be much more fruitful
Yeah.
after the fact. So I
Right.
hope I've answered your question with that, and I hope that was a great answer for you.
Can I answer the other questions? Since I've been on pain meds for a long time, on and off for many years, and I can tell you, you don't have to fast if you're just vaporizing DMT. That there's no fast involved in that, and that's completely safe. You do have to be careful though, and make sure if you're going to drink ayahuasca, then you have to take an MAOI, and if the MAOI is going to interact with any of your pain meds, then that could cause a serious problem. So check with your pharmacist, definitely check with your doctor on that, because I can't tell you.
Is it a
way.
bad time to use DMT right now? You know, we just got out of this cycle that we were
yeah.
in. So over the last 2 weeks, yes, I would say this is not a good time for psychedelics energetically. Everybody was experiencing this. Like I posted 13 different symptoms that I was feeling, and like 200 people plus replied and were like, we're feeling the exact same thing. Some people replied and said, I'm feeling everything except for like number 8, for example. But the majority of people were feeling the exact same symptoms because we had this energy thing going on, and it was sucking the energy out of the matrix. That's been taken care of, and a lot of people have woken up today after we did our energy work with BTV yesterday, and they've woken up today and they feel a difference. But it's going to take some time for these energy work things that we do to process. So I would say you will know when the time is right for you.
Yeah.
Feel the energies. I can't stress enough that you have to feel the experience out for yourself. And I could just be having a bad energetic day until you know the energies are bad and the energies are great for you. And it's just a personal bad energetic day for me. But right now, this is a very interesting cycle that we've gone through, or transit, or whatever you want to call it, because the energies have been screwed up for everybody. So no, I wouldn't recommend it right now. I would wait until at least next week and see how you feel next week. But again, you got to go off your intuition and your own energy. And that's most important, because you want to have your own experience. You don't want to have my experience. You don't want to have somebody else's experience. You want to have your own experience. That's the most powerful experience, is let the plants guide you. You know, that's the thing about working with plants. And, you know, people ask how to make ayahuasca. It's essentially just brewing it like a tea. Mm-hmm. You know, it just takes 12 hours to do. You know, there's a process to it, but you just put bark inside of water. That's really it. That's really, it's just a tea. And so you get all these people, these new agers, and they're like, oh, I'm vegan and I'm this and that, but they're scared to drink a tea. Right. And that's all it is a tea.
They drink kombucha all the time, but they won't drink this.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, well, that's a drug.
No, that's a drug.
It's a tea. It's literally a tea.
It's a tea.
You put it in water.
It's been made for thousands of years.
And boil it. That's it. You can extract it, and then that's a whole different experience. But what I'm talking about is sitting down and drinking a tea. That's it.
Well,
you know, like I said to these people, you know, these people are like, oh, look, I can do that. I can achieve the states that you've been to, and blah blah blah.
Do you know what it is? It's somebody that doesn't want to have actually gone to college, so they get a fake, like one of those fake diplomas online,
yes,
and then they hold it up and say, yes, I'm a clinical psychologist from the University of I graduated from this college. And you're like, wait a second, that's a fake. Here's mine. And they're like, well, you suck.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's exactly what it is.
Perfect analogy for it. So, you know, like I said,
they want the respect without
I'm
actually
not trying
doing
to
it.
offend anybody, but I'm not going to hold myself back from the bullshit comments like that anymore. I'm not going to do it. I've dealt with my ego to where it's not overinflated, and I've realized that there's two sides to the ego. There's a false sense of humility, and if they can keep you in an overinflated state or a false sense of humility, they got you exactly where they want you, which is off balance.
Right. It's just all about balance, guys. You know, wherever you are in life, whether you're too much one or the other, it's just all about getting back to that middle.
Yeah. And so what I would tell people is just, you know, it's cool if you don't want to do it. It's not a path for everybody. And there are other spiritual paths. There are other spiritual practices, meditation, and all the stuff that we covered in this document and all of this stuff. They're all there. It is. But these are like the advanced, like very, very advanced levels. And so, if that's not for you, it's not for you. And I agree, it's not for everybody. But don't knock the people in the advanced courses while you're sitting on the sidelines, because you're going to start to be challenged more and more and more on this. And I want to create an air to where people are not afraid to challenge the New Agers anymore. People are not
Right.
afraid to just call them out on their bullshit. More and more people should be calling people out on their bullshit whenever.
I agree.
Because it's actually helping the other people. I mean, you come at me with this ego shit, and I call you out on the ego shit, and then one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to respond from the ego, or if you're walking a real path of really trying to get that ego in balance, then you're going to take a step back and go, hey, you know what? He's right. I am. But this happens to me all the time. People will call me out on something and say, hey, Chris, you were acting out of ego in this particular area. And I'll look back and go, you know what? You're right. Thank you for saying that. You've brought me back to center. There was something I was bitching about the other day on the show, and somebody left a comment. I don't remember what it was. And they're like, Chris, take a step back from this.
Yep.
And I was like, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for reminding. Thank you for bringing me back to center with that one single YouTube comment. So, we all teeter-totter. We all go back and forth and stuff like that. It's a matter of how do you respond to it. If you respond to it with, hey, you know what? I can see 360 degrees. You're on the right track.
Right. Being able to see everything from every angle and not being so stuck in one place that you can't move around. So, yep.
Well, okay, so first Druvalo, who did exactly the same thing in the pyramid.
And they
then,
say respect others. No, he didn't do the exact
he didn't
same
do
thing.
the exact
No,
same thing. He
not
did
at
not.
all.
He laid in the sarcophagus.
And did a bunch of chanting.
And I don't even know who this person is. You're the one that is bringing him up.
Right.
So I don't know who this person is, but you're the one that said he did not drink ayahuasca in the Great Pyramid.
Right.
So he did not do what we did. That's what you got to get through your head, dude, is he did not do the same thing.
Right.
He went in there and did some chanting. Sure, we did too.
Yeah,
what,
we
you
did
think
too,
we
but-
didn't freaking raise the frequency and make the whole freaking room shake by going and
Yeah,
different
we
types of
did.
chant? Of course
No,
we
we
did.
did.
We did it plus ayahuasca.
Plus ayahuasca.
We did. So it's not the same. I'm sorry.
No,
it's
it's
just
really
not
not.
the same.
No. Is it safe to take ayahuasca by yourself?
It depends on your psychedelic experiences.
Yeah.
So
Where you were at?
yeah, if you have psychedelic experience, then yeah, you should be okay. But it's always good to have somebody else with you.
Yeah, just to...
If you've never had a psychedelic experience before, no, do not take it by yourself.
No,
Have
I
somebody
wouldn't.
that you trust,
No.
and somebody that you trust in the sense that you don't have to have these weird, messed up thoughts in your mind while you're going into these deeper experience. Like, oh, is this guy gonna, for instance, if you're female, oh, is this guy going to take advantage of me while I'm in this state?
Right.
Or is this guy going to rob my house while I'm under the state? A brother, a sister, a significant other, things like that. It really helps. And not saying that anybody's going to do anything, but it helps to calm the mind so you can go further and deeper into the experience.
Right, exactly. You're going to want somebody there, if you've never done it before, you're going to want somebody there to, if at all possible, just to hold, grab the bucket for you, help you to the bathroom. The first time's always a little bit weird. So yeah, it just, if you've had a lot of psychedelic experience, I don't think there should be any problem. But especially if you haven't had one, then yeah. But
Econo Man said, is this girl going to take advantage of me in this state? If we were in any other political atmosphere right now, I would make a joke out of that. But since we're in the political atmosphere that we are now, I ain't touching that one, dude.
right.
Because things are very, very different right now. So, and it's a problem, we need to.
Oh, he's that guy who wrote that Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life book that, what's her name, told us to read. That Drunvalo guy, he wrote that book. That. Oh, remember she recommended that.
He could be a great guy.
He could be a great guy.
He could be a great guy. He could be very knowledgeable. He could be all, but he did not do the same thing that we did.
He did not do what we did.
And I'm not saying that what we did was better than what he did or any of that. I'm just saying we did what he did plus we did more. So it's not the same. It's just it's not the same. Sorry, dude. And you're the one that's coming at me with this kind of bullshit. It's not that I'm coming and saying, well, this guy's full of shit, this guy's full of shit, this guy's full of shit, etc. It's not that. It's that you're coming to me. So when you come to me and tell me that I'm full of shit, I'm going to reveal the bullshit within you very quickly. Now, if you don't want me to do that, don't come at me and tell me I'm full of shit.
Right.
And then you don't even exist in my sphere at that point.
Right.
So
Respect
just
our experience.
Don't enter the sphere.
Yeah.
And with your bullshit, because you're dealing with a warrior here. You're not dealing with some new age bullshit artist that's going to go, oh, and give you an infinite love smile. I'll take out my fucking light sword and cut your head off.
Right, exactly. Lowland Prophets says, can you microdose ayahuasca? Yes, you can. And I'll tell you exactly how. It's called Ayalife. A-Y-A-L-I-F-E.
No, this guy's persisting here. Okay, how do you know he did not do the same thing? Dude, okay, simple. Ayahuasca versus no ayahuasca. Okay, simple. If he drank ayahuasca in the pyramid, great. He did the same thing that we did. If he did not, this is what you're saying, he did not do the same thing that we did. Simple. I don't know how else to say it. All right, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. The way you microdose ayahuasca, the best way that we've found over the years is to combine it with CBDs and take it in the form of a tincture.
You're absolutely right. That is why we have Ayalife, ayalife.com. I'll put it up on the screen real quick.
So you're microdosing.
It is a microdose of
ayahuasca, B-Cappy.
Now, it's not a microdose of DMT.
No.
But in the Amazon, they consider the ayahuasca vine to be the healer.
Right.
And the chacruna is actually considered the helper plant. So the fusion of these two plants has been freaking awesome. Like nonstop awesome comments. And I got the recipe out of the ayahuasca realm.
Like while
and I put it together and I'm like, I didn't realize the power that this would have. Like even when we put it out there, I was like, well, this is just, it's going to be like a regular CBD oil. And people are like, no. This is not
a synergy
a regular
going on here.
CBD oil. This is a synergy of stuff here.
Yeah.
So it's awesome.
Well, and he actually discovered it during we have sometimes where I'll go in and he won't, or he'll take a much smaller dose than I will, and then it switches. Most of the time, it's him taking a much larger dose, and I'll take a much smaller dose so I can help him, with buckets and bathroom and stuff like that. And while he was under, I couldn't drink. I remember I couldn't drink because I was about to have surgery, and they say do not take any MAOIs within 2 weeks of having surgery because that's bad news. And so I couldn't drink. So I was kind of sitting on the sidelines, and he comes out of it and he's like, we need to add them together. We need to add them together, the CBDs and the ayahuasca. Oh my God. And I was like, and I thought he meant at first the DMT. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. And he's like, no, I mean like the B-Cappy. And I was like, oh, yeah, let's do that. And so it actually helped me out a lot with my post-surgical pain. So there you go.
It's the reception that we has received on this. Like people go to Facebook and post their experiences with it just because it works so well for them. Like we couldn't have asked for better marketing. Like we don't do marketing. We'll mention it on the show every once in a while. We run ads on TFR, but it's spreading from one person to another just simply because people are having such great results with it that they're wanting to tell other people about it. It's highly recommended. So any more questions coming out of the chat room?
Somebody said they tried to buy Ayalife online and they live in Australia. And I said, we ship worldwide, and it was probably a credit card address issue. So just make sure the credit card.
Yeah, we need to put a thing there. We don't do American Express or Discover. But there's nowhere for us to put it up there. We need to figure out a way of how to do that because we had somebody else with the same problem too. But it's not a shipping situation because we ship worldwide.
We ship everywhere.
We have not had any problems with customs.
No,
not at all. But we don't put CBD on the outer box. We don't put hemp on the outer box. We don't do anything like that. However, if it gets stopped at customs, there's nothing we can do about it. But we've never had a situation like that happen before. So just for people out of the country, and we'll do whatever we can to try to help the situation out. But in order for them to realize that it's CBD or hemp, they would have to open the box, undo the packaging. They would have to really dig deep into the box to figure to read what it is. But so we haven't had any problems so far. So
right,
knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood, we haven't had a single problem with that, and we haven't had a single problem with anybody telling us, that they had bad reactions to it or anything like that. I mean, we've gotten nothing, literally nothing but good reviews.
It has no THC. It's 99% pure CBD.
Yeah.
And they make us for legal thing to say it contains less than 0.03% THC. And it's like, dude, we contain 0% THC. And they're like, yeah, but they want to see that
I know.
0.03 less. And blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, we have 0. Like, literally, we tested it. It's 0 freaking
Right.
THC in there.
Right. Well,
it is what it is.
I'm so glad, though, that these plants are actually starting to come to, like, the collective mind in general, especially with these NPCs. They're starting to understand, no, we need to use these plants. At least let them be around. Let other people use them, and don't be so critical of other people doing what they need to do to be healthy. And it's amazing. I'm just so glad that the plants are finally getting a voice
Yes.
in all of this. So
Definitely.
I think I'm ready to go eat.
All right.
And I love you guys. We love you guys. And thank you so much for your energy.
Yes, definitely. I guess we will wrap it up on that note. Thank you for tuning in with us tonight. Hope you got something out of this document here.
Mm-hmm.
Kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. And make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. And we'll have much more. We've been getting into the book of Revelation from the organic consciousness perspective. If you missed those shows, definitely check those out. Also, the previous show that we did a Sekhmet meditation to create a firewall to get this thing that was sucking the energy off of the matrix. Please check that show out. We had about 300 people listening live when we did the meditation, but the energy that you contribute to it helps to keep that shield going around the matrix itself. And like I said, we keep getting these confirmations. Like, in Egypt, it was rain coming out of the sky after 15 years. In Luxor, it was a windstorm. In Abydos, it was rain that came down during these meditations. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, it was that people are waking up now feeling like these symptoms are gone. So, again, that false ego that I have, the reverse ego, the sense of humility, wants to come in and say, no, there's no way that you can really do that. This has to be all coincidence and this and that. But the walking right in balance, I'm realizing and accepting. No,
It's real.
We
It's
have
right
this
there.
power inside of us. It's very real. It's because we all come together, we unite, and we combine our energies, and the energy is so freaking powerful. I can't stress this to you enough. The power is inside of you. Stop giving your power away to external entities. Stop giving your power away to a false sense of humility. Understand who you are as a creator. Like, we really mean this. We are divine creators.
Right.
And when people are coming to you going, oh, that's ego and blah, 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 realize that that's an ego trap in the opposite direction to keep you from understanding the power that's inside of you.
So
But then again,
leak out your power.
don't be a dick. Like,
Don't be.
I don't go to other people's YouTube channels and go, oh, well, you're full of shit because you didn't drink ayahuasca here and you're full of shit there. No. It's when they come to our channels and tell us that, that we'll take out the light sword and cut their heads off.
We don't come to your channel.
No, and this is what I'm talking about. They're like, oh, it's ego and blah, blah, blah. No, it would be ego if I went to you and did that. When you're coming to me, it's not ego. It's me cutting your head off with the freaking light sword. So kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. And we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil.
Thank you for joining us.